Hello, welcome to all to this panel discussion by the All India Educators Forum. We have yet another episode where teachers, educators across the globe are here to share their experiences. And today's topic that we have taken is teaching methodologies, which has worked wonders for us. So the 2 years has been a real struggle for many of the teachers. So it has been a real learning experience and it has been new experiences. So I'm sure you're excited to hear what our educators have done in the past 2 years. So it has been a journey from hand holding to screen sharing, from the chalk to the chat, from the blackboard we shifted to the whiteboards, from real to the virtual. This journey was difficult, but our educators did not give up. From offline, we went to online. From keep quiet to speak up. From no mobile to turn on your mobile. From conventional, we shifted to the technical. The journey was difficult, but you did not give up. From notebooks to screenshots, from teachers' assessment to self assessment, from classroom to Zoom, from school to home, the journey was difficult, but you did not give up. So, thank you, dear teachers, for this journey. It has been a very tough journey, but each one of you have come up strong and given some methodologies which can be an exemplary event or activity for the other teachers to emulate. So, on this note, I am going to invite all my panelists today, and the first speaker for today is Anu ma'am, who is TGT English from Jesus Sacred Heart School, Ludhiana. So, over to you, ma'am. Anu ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. It is a great privilege to be on this platform here. Sharing my views with you all is a pleasure, a dream come true. Looking forward for our journey ahead. So, as sir said, that we have traveled a great journey through this pandemic, but we were tireless. Yes, we were tireless because we were able to find a good smile on our students' face. A teacher's job is not an easy task. It is not everybody's cup of tea that we have got to know in reality when we shifted to this online platform of teaching. Yes, it is very easy to make your students sit quietly in the classes. It was very easy. But to make them listen you, sitting at their cozy places, their home, their secure place, so called secure place. Yes, it was a tough job to make them attentive to you. So, certain strategies we all followed so that we can be reach to a successful journey of learning as well. But, my dear teachers, when we started with this journey, it was quite a tough job. Why it was tough? The reason was that during that journey, as my personal experience, if I would say, initially I was so apprehensive to use these, not to use the devices. I was apprehensive when I found my kids just sitting and half of them were listening and some were trying to listen, some were struggling to comprehend what ma'am is saying. So it was not overall an easy task, but we all together, teaching fraternity, has made it possible. It is our second year running on this online platform, but uh, it doesn't seem like still many of us are struggling to get attention of our students. So here are some strategies which we are going to talk about all together here, that these teaching strategies which helped us all so that we can share and learn from each other. So here I would like to share about gamification. Gamification, when I got to know about this term, so I was like, Ray, we teachers are going to play games? Certainly not. Shall I allow my kids to play on online platform? What would parents say? This teacher is teaching or she is trying to means make our students sway or stray around. But gradually the parents were able to get our point. Yes, gamification, a very easy strategy which help us to overhold our students attention. Grammar, being a language teacher. My concentration, my matter of concern, that my student shouldn't miss out the class learning, the way we used to teach them with different things, having different props around, having teaching aids around. It was quite easy to teach them. But on this online platform, when they are sitting on their beds or on their table chair just to listen us following the screen going on, it was quite tough. What I felt was they are getting bored of listening us. I hope you all must agree with me. They get bored. It was a matter of beginning, they were quite curious and excited. Wow, madam is on screen, we are too on screen. But as the time passed by, they were like, madam is going on, a show is going on, and they were just sitting. So my concern was to grab their attention, to get their knowledge enhanced as well. So I followed this gamification. Before talking about gamification, I would just like to ask, uh, or just like to quote here, what are students according to we educators? I hope I can get a reply. uh, Students, how do you take your student? What are these students to you? Many of you would say they are uh, clay to be molded of. They are uh, to be designed by the teacher. They are the innocent minds to gloom up, which we teachers have to take care of. But, my dear fellows, according to me, in this era of tech savification which we are going through, so no more our kids are here to be an innocents, those who don't know anything. Rather, in it were the students only. Ma'am, you are muted. Press this button, you will go find that. Right? Many of you must have experienced it. Madam, hold your mic like this, you will be more audible. Right? Ma'am, you sit at this place, your Wi Fi would be working very fine. So they were guiding us. So I would not say that they were innocent or they were not knowing, they were new to it. No. So these are the mysteries to be solved, my dear friends. According to me, my students are mysteries to me to be solved upon. They have so many questions, so many curiosity to be solved upon, right? So when this mystery is to be unfolded in this tech savvy world, for sure, we can't go with our traditional lecture method. We can't go through. They will be feeling boredom. They will off their screen and they will sit by. No, ma'am, I'm listening. My network is weak. Ma'am, there is some problem with my camera. Suddenly, I'm trying to listen you. My network is not going with me. Certain kind of things we all are familiar to listen these days. So to grab the attention, we all are following strategies, and this strategy has worked a wonder for me. Initially, when I asked my children, beta, this is this topic I taught you, many other things are there. If you serve on net, you will find it more clarified, because this was the only source when pandemic occurred. Those who were not getting it cleared. But when myself I searched out on net, it was like a gate of Jurassic Park opened in front of me. Sorry to say, I'm using this term Jurassic Park, but yet it was a Jurassic Park for me, though I was serving the net for a long time. But uh, the searches were such misleading that a child would not be able to learn which search I should press to quench my query. Where should I go? Is this the right thing which I want to learn? Is this the right link which I should go for? So searches were random and they were mislead. So the only source was gamification with me to make my students more aware, more attentive, especially when I taught tenses and prepositions. Wonderful response. It just elated my heart when they respond over there. I am not exaggerating here. It was my recent practical experience as well. The way they reacted was awesome. Uh, I asked my students to get some stationery with them before my next class. As we teachers used to say, na, ki next day I will be teaching you this, so be ready with this topic. I haven't disclosed any topic. I just told them, be ready with your stationery. It was such an easy thing to be arranged of. They need not to go anywhere. Stationery is with them. So they were there, ready with the stationery. I just revealed them that we will be playing a game. So they were quite excited. The stationery items and game. Annu ma'am to kuch bhi bol dete hain. How it could be possible? How can we play a game on the sitting in the class? So I taught my topic of tenses. I explained all the rules. But when I had been teaching in the school, it was not a one go experience that they have learnt. Yes, ma'am, agle din nahi. Next day they won't say, ma'am, we are learnt. Hame sab aa gaya. No, there were queries. But this gamification, when cleared them all about the rules, I simply said them, now, beta, I am going to give you few sentences, right? And as I say the sentence, I would be telling you that this is this tense. If my answer is correct, go and fetch a stationary item kept on your table beside you. For example, I am teaching English. This is past continuous tense.
I'm sorry
If
to
my
interrupt
answer
you.
is
Anu ma'am, I'll request you to wind up because we are running out of time. So I'll just request you to wind up.
okay, okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So they quickly they didn't ran over there to fetch the pencil because they were knowing it is not a past continuous tense. Their body movement, their kinesthetic skills, their psychomotor skills were already involved. So they were listening me, they were attentive to me. Same was with the prepositions. I asked them to be ready with a soft toy or their favorite toy, any toy. And I asked them, ki beta just go and keep it on the table, keep it under the table. Now go into the room with this soft toy, come in the room. So these were the things which attracted my children more to listen me and to follow my instructions so that they can uh, present themselves with learning. With this, I would like to wind up. Thank you so much, sir, for giving
Thank
me this
you.
much of.
Thank you. I'll request, I know that there is lots to talk. We'll be having individual sessions and you will be able to take
Sure.
full sessions on the topics. Unfortunately, we have so many speakers that we are able to give only 8 minutes maximum to each
Thank you
speaker.
so much, sir.
So thanks for the sharing. And I will request all the other participants also to stay within the 8 minutes limit so that we finish our program on time because you know that there are 30 speakers today. So I think it will be fair on our part that we stop on time. So thank you, Anu ma'am, for the share. And I'm sure that in the coming days, coming months, when you are taking individual sessions and or collaborating with others, you will be able to share at leisure all the activities that you do in your class. So thank you so much. And now I will invite Aisha Tazeen ma'am, who's a PGT chemistry, and she's joining us from Saudi Arabia. So it's Aisha ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Exuberant moderator, fellow panelist, and all thousands of teaching fraternity and sorority who is watching this great show. I welcome you all to this AIEF forum, wherein we are discussing the methodologies that worked wonders for us. I assure you, it not only worked wonders for us, but definitely they have a significant role to play in your teaching part as well. From this forum, I would like to thank and congratulate the very brilliant couple, Mr. and Mrs. Matthew, for encouraging the teacher fraternity in these hard times. When the hard times prevail, the people move, run away. But Sir and Nina ma'am came forward after the CBSE has supported us with free portal training. I thank CBSE. At the same time, I am very much grateful and thankful to Matthew sir and Nina ma'am. And all those who are watching, please utilize this platform and it will work wonders in your life and mold you. Coming back to the topic, let me tell you, a teacher is an architect of the nation. When we say the students are the pillars of the nation, to mold that pillars, to stabilize it, to give the foundation, it is the teacher, it is you and me. We need to stand some time in front of the mirror, smile at ourselves, and pat at the back, saying, great, 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 you have done it. We need first to motivate ourselves. Imagine you have a class of 30 to 35 students wherein you're teaching doctors, engineers, lawyers, and every other profession all clubbed together in your class. And you're that hero and heroine dealing all the different issues, different students coming from different backgrounds with different perspectives. Then you bring them into one common goal of achieving success. Is not it a Herculean task? Definitely it is. Definitely it is. That's why we are the architect of the nation. Teaching is the profession which creates all other profession. So a great salute to all my teacher fraternity and sorority. When once the teacher enters the class, the teacher himself or herself has to be an ideal person, a hero, an actor, an actress to whom the students will intentionally or unintentionally follow. Remember, through this platform, my very first message is what you say them repeatedly, they will not follow. But what you do with them, that will be engraved and imprinted in their minds. They follow that. So before we start teaching them, before we trying to pour in their minds, we need to be very, very clear in our approach. First of all, the very first step, before you start any methodology, before you start any initiative, please build a relation with them. The relationship between the teacher and the taught should be honest, it should be intellectual, and it should be lifelong. 24 years I have served in the education sector. I am glad to tell you, the very first batch in 1997 I taught, still they are in connection with me. Now they are the mothers of 4 kids, but still they are in touch with me. Why? What's the reason? The reason is I have not just taken the teaching as a teaching profession from bell to bill. I have just penetrated in their lives because I know that they are the future leaders. So when we see in our classroom of 30 to 35 students, we don't find the taste same. They are auditory learners, they are kinesthetic learners, they are visual learners. So once we build the rapport, when the rapport is built between the teacher and the taught, the complexities of the subjects can be transmitted very easily among students' community. So if they are visual learners, we have to plan the methodology as per the giving them visual aids, audio visual aids. If they are kinesthetic learner, naturally experiential learning, that is learning by doing works. If they are just auditory learners, they listen and understand, then peer tutoring works. So as per the quotient, as per the level of understanding and grasping of the students, we are the smart people who decide the strategy. Let me tell you, I taught 24 years, but each year I had a different strategy because I received a different batch with a different taste, with different habits, with different cultural backgrounds. So we as a teacher have got rich experience in dealing with such people. Human beings are also machine. They are complex machine. We need to know how to tackle these complex machines. The very first thing that worked wonder for me, for that even the students remember me today, because I usually take from the beginning my career, I started taking senior secondary section, that is from 9 to 12th. So my aim was not only just to make them pass in my subject chemistry, but also to give them a platform to achieve the education in the higher institutions, the premier institutions of India like NITs and IITs. The very best example I would like to quote this year during pandemic, one of my students got admitted, got the admission in Triple IT Hyderabad, from where I belong. The wonderful note that she wrote thanking me is an award to me during the pandemic. So, dear teachers, we undoubtedly are doing a great job. We need to plan the strategies. It can be an experiential learning, it can be competency based learning, it can be gamification of learning, whatever you do. Make sure that you are providing education to each and every one. That is education for all, and it is success for all. When we start teaching them, imagine I have used experiential learning. Some of the students who are very kinesthetic type of learners, intelligence, they will grasp, they'll understand the concept, they'll produce the project, they'll do the investigation, they'll do the group learning. But there are some people who are still like a ghost. They are stars in the class, ghost in the class. The ghost, usually we use a technical term in B.Ed we have used for those persons who are not very well in communication. They are poor communicators. We need to catch them. That is a strategy of a teacher. So what I do, I keenly observe them where they are strong at. One of my student in one of the years, she never did well in any exam, but I thought I started doing a little action research that where she is very good at, what she has been doing. Out of 10, if she brings only 4, 3, where she is good at. And we know God has created all of us with a purpose and we are all unique. So the uniqueness of this child. Later I came to know that she is a prompt, regular student in the class. She comes early and she has come the whole year. I asked her to come one day in front of the class, or the whole class. I said, she is the only unique piece in our class 12th A who has been regularly attending all the classes, even the extra classes, even the classes on Saturdays. So we must need to congratulate and clap this. She got motivated from that day onwards, triggered herself. I'm happy to say she has finished her 4 years of engineering very successfully today. So, dear teachers, in our methodologies that we adopt, please make sure that you are like a big banyan tree, giving shadow to all who come under you without any discrimination. You need not just teach them. Please penetrate in their lives, penetrate in their thoughts. I was teaching chemical bonding. Then I was trying to analyze their concentration. When I was teaching them, facing them, they looked at me. When I was teaching at the top of the roof, they all started staring there. From there, when I moved to the angle of the board, they also moved along with me. So they were imbibed, engrossed, involved in such a way that wherever I am taking them, they are moving with my eyesight. So such is the thing that we require in education system. And we never think that we are the masters, we know everything. No, our children, as Anu ma'am rightly said, they know more than us. So we, as per NCF National Curriculum Framework 2005, teacher is just a facilitator and a co-learner. We have learnt a lot with them. So this transformation, the paradigm shift that has come from the classroom teaching, as Matthew sir said, that we were using chalk and board, then we moved to the stylus and the smart boards. So when we have dwelled in, believe me, the assignments they did, class 12th, class 11th, class 10th, it was really, really stupendous work that they have done. They moved fast with a fast pace. It was not new to them, though it was new for us. And we found that the virtual world is like a Pacific Ocean. Ma'am said Jurassic Park, but I felt like a Pacific Ocean. I mean, there are so many apps, so many tools. You just need to explore and use them to the benefit of the students. So, my dear fraternity, I would exhort all of you that you are wonderful, doing a great job. Methodologies are many. Children are also many. If your child doesn't understand the way you teach, please teach the child in the way he or she understands. That is the final goal of all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew sir. And all the viewers, never ever lose hope. You are doing a great job as being a teacher. Please follow it and adopt the strategies and continue the path. It is a calling, it is a prophetic mission It is not just a profession. It has become our passion. And moreover, it is a prophetic mission for which one day or the other, we will be recognized, we will be identified. And moreover, our children are always very close to us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was they said you rocked the stage today. I mean, I was eager to, although you were going on, I would love to hear more. And the flow of words are excellent, and we got great appreciation in our chat. So Aisha ma'am, thank you for joining us, and I'm sure that in the coming days we'll be having some good sessions where you can actually pour your heart out with the 25 years of experience that you have, especially in an international school. I think our educators will gain a lot. So thank you so much. It was really a power-packed 8 minutes or 10 minutes, I should say, but it was worth that. So I didn't want to interrupt you, but it was great session, and I am sure that our upcoming speakers also are going to share their methodology. So thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Now I move on to Mr. Gagan Ram Kishore, who is joining us from Aurangabad. He is representing GS Career Academy. So I will request Gagan sir to share his, what are the methodologies that he tried out at his academy and worked wonders for him. Over to you, Gagan sir.
Good evening, all of you. Good evening, Natish sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me such a nice opportunity. Today we discuss about teaching methodology which work wonder for us. So first, before our teacher can use a variety of method, and she can use n numbers of techniques in her daily teaching. So while choosing any method, what does actually a person should keep in mind to choose the method? The person assess the advantage and this will as well as disadvantage of that particular method. And also one should keep in mind that the method which one to choose in it should be correlated with objective of education, aim of education, which we have set prior to the syllabus designing. So that has to be kept in mind. And another thing the teacher must keep in mind is that he should think ideas, what will be the conditions, what will be the specific conditions in which that particular method will be incorporated. So we will actually be executable, we let be a success, what all things, what are things we require to done with that method. So in general, what is happening teaching is all about interactions between the learner and the teacher. So to enhance the instructions, new instructions, materials, new tools, new methods should keep in being revolved and used by the teachers. In today's session, there are so many methods of teaching methodology, but one of the method is that three steps of teaching that we discuss in this session. So the three steps are teaching, prepare, teach, personalize, remediations. In this session, we will briefly understand all three teaching steps in short. So all you ready? Let's start. First steps of teaching is prepare. Steps one, prepare to help the question answers. So, how do teachers prepare to teach? Teachers prepare to teach KURPC method. KURPC is an abbreviation for the 5 steps classroom instruction preparation method, in which K means know the concepts. U means understand the concept. R means read the plan carefully and visualize it. P means plan and prepare for 1 week. C means check your preparation. So preparation by KURPC method help to teach prepare for her classes. Check teachers another conceptual knowledge ensure in time preparation. What are 3 steps of teaching? The 3 steps of teaching are prepare, teach, and personalize remediations. What is the method used to prepare? KRPC method used to prepare, teach, in which each model are used to concrete model of teaching, group practice, individual practice, and conclusion, classroom strategies, and all these things, routines to be used during the teachings. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the short and sweet tips that you shared. And I'm sure our listeners are going to benefit from the strategies that you said. So thank you, Gagan sir, who is joining us from Aurangabad GS Career Academy. And our previous speakers have also shared so many inputs, and with all these inputs, I think we can, write a full book on teaching methodology. So thank you once again. And now I move on to Geeta ma'am. So Geeta ma'am is the principal of a school in Bhopal, Sharda Vidya Mandir. So I invite her to give her thoughts on the teaching methodologies that work for her and probably in her school.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Matthew, sir, for giving us this platform of AIEF, through which we are able to interact with the fellow educators and learn from them. I also thank my fellow speakers for their wonderful insights and ideas. Being an educator for the past 25 years in the offline era, the method that I'll be using and sharing with you would be one which I wear when I was teaching the students in the offline era. I had the privilege to teach a plethora of students in various levels, primary, middle, and senior. And I found that something that works best for them is reward rather than punishment. I thought that rather than punishing the children for what they have not done, if you start rewarding them for whatever little accomplishment, it works wonders. And like one size doesn't fit all, similarly, one single type of reward cannot work with all classes. The teacher has to find the pulse of the class and decide which reward will work best for them. Like when I was teaching primary classes, I found that when the girls were appreciated in public, they liked it the most. Like when a small child, we say you're a good girl or you're a good boy, how they enjoy, how they're happy. Similarly, these girls would be very happy when they were appreciated by the teacher. So I started making batches with remarks on them, simple batches like this, cut from a chart paper with the remark on them, and started pinning it to them as per their performance. I had set parameters on the basis of which I would judge them. Like, for example, every day I should take recapitulation of the topic done in the previous class and give batches to them depending upon their performance. Like the girl who gave maximum answers used to get the top scorer badge, and the girl who had a consistent performance got star performer. Like any girl who showed slight improvement in a performance, like yesterday she was able to give 2 answers out of 5 and today she gave 3 answers out of 5, I would give her a good girl badge. And the girls would be very happy carrying these badges throughout the day. They were allowed to take these badges home and bring them back the next day and return them to me. On one hand, there were badges like good vocabulary, etc., for being good at academics. On the other hand, there were badges to motivate them, to motivate those students who were not very sound academically. Like I would give Miss Regularity to the girl who would be very regular in her work, Miss Helpful to a child who was helpful. I would give Neat and Tidy to a girl who did her work very neatly, or I would give Well Dressed to a girl who would be very nicely dressed up in proper uniform and hair according to the parameters of the school. And the list was endless. I would make these batches on the spur of the moment. As soon as I found that there's something that is worth appreciating in the child, I would take out this chart paper, make a circle and write on it and give it to her. Now, for example, a new girl enters her class and there's one girl who takes the initiative of helping her out. So I would immediately take out and give her the badge of Miss Helpful, or a Miss Congenial to a girl who was very friendly and who would be very happy to help others and be good with everybody. So this way, the number of batches there was no constraint to the number of batches. I would make them as and when I felt like. The girl used to carry that piece of paper as a testimony of their good work that day and try to outperform their own performance to get the badge again. On the PTM day, the parents told me that there was a considerable difference in their child since the practice of getting badges in recognition of their good work. Now, this reward works even for the senior classes. When I joined a co-ed school as headmistress and PGT English, I realized that the children did not pay much attention to English as a subject. They gave more attention to, physics, chemistry, maths, bio, accounts, economics, considering them as difficult subject and continue to practice them in order to score better. I had to make them understand that English also has a weightage of 100 marks and it also helps to improve the result. But that didn't work. What I found was that the boys among them always longed for a game spirit. Now, those boys who had opted for PE as an optional subject would get game spirit to play, whereas the other children who adopted other subjects would long for a game spirit. So I told them that if you people study English chapter properly and give me answers when I take an oral recapitulation, I promise a game spirit. And in order to tell them that I would keep the promise, I would take them to the stadium, make them sit over there, settle them there, and ask questions. They all knew that the sooner they will answer, the sooner they will get time to play. And all those children who would not answer would walk back with me to the class to revise the chapter. It worked wonders. The children, the boys especially, started preparing English lessons properly, listening to me carefully, even started arranging extra periods for me from the other subject teachers so that I would finish the chapter, take oral recapitulation, and give them a games period. That year, my school had an outstanding result in English. Now, this playtime works wonders with little children too. When I became the principal, my kindergarten teachers used to come and tell me, "Ma'am, the child is not writing. They take a lot of time to write to one single page." I told them that we must motivate them some way. So I went to the class and I told the children, whoever will finish one page of writing would get time to play. And we had a very nice activity area where the children loved to go and enjoy. So as soon as they finish one page of writing, we would send them to play. Now, suppose in a batch of 30, only 5 were fast writers. They would finish, they would be sent to play. The teachers would then focus on the remaining 25. Then another 5 would finish and go. The point here to notice that reward has to be given to everybody, even if the child who finished last. The child who finished last was also given time to play. Not that, okay, now you finished, you took so long, and now we can start with the other subject. No. Even the child who finished last was sent to the activity room, even for 2 minutes or 5 minutes. The children do not remember how much time they were given, but they remember that they were given what they were promised. So we would send them to play and they would enjoy. And the same child would be motivated to work faster and write better so that he gets more time to play with his or her friends. So these were the strategy that worked wonders for me. There can be many small more things can be done to make the child outperform themselves and be a better version of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am, and very nice strategies that you shared, and something which is the strategies that you shared are something which can be implemented directly. So many sessions we hear that they come up with these ideas and they say that this cannot be implemented, it's very difficult. But practical ideas, that's the need of the hour. So thank you for giving us those practical ideas.
Because they were my practical experiences,
yes,
so they worked when we
absolutely.
were teaching offline.
That's the best thing, that if it is worked for one person, it works for the others. Normally,
Yes.
when we give suggestions, we should always think in terms of the practicality. So thank you for
Yes.
giving very practical suggestions. Thank you, Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I'll now invite Hema Raghav ma'am, who is a PGT Commerce from Maxford School, Dwarka. It's over to you, ma'am. Hema ma'am.
Good evening to the esteemed panelist. Good evening, Matthew sir, for giving us this platform. And I would begin with a very beautiful quotation by Benjamin Franklin, which says, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn." With this, I, Hema Raghav from Maxford School, Dwarka, New Delhi, would speak on certain teaching methodologies and which has worked wonders for me. I think we all are working as teachers and we are doing one of the best jobs in the world. And that is because we are working with some of the very funny, energetic, creative students. And in this career of 18 years, there are some teaching methodologies which has worked wonders, and I've tried to adapt them in my class as well. Those methodologies can be, two of them I'll speak about. One is research-based teaching techniques and one is bonding. If I begin with the research-based teaching techniques, I'll take you to some duration back, wherein there was teacher-centered classrooms, wherein the teacher was standing in the center of the class. We had very neat rows. Students were not allowed to talk to each other, and the teacher used to keep giving lectures. But what happened is, I always admit that I love giving lectures. But do my students also love listening to those lectures? Are they really inspired by those lectures? Not really so. My students are never inspired by those lectures which I give them. Then one day during the offline classes, I was doing my cafeteria duty. So I was standing in the cafeteria just seeing the students. There something happened which clicked me. The students were walking in straight line. And one of the child spoke there that in the cafeteria that we want choices in the menu which is given to us. And then after that, some few days passed, and even at home, when I saw my own kids, they wanted more choices of dishes in the platter at home, which is given to them. There something enthused me. and something clicked me. I said, if I try to imbibe the same kind of choices and if I give the same kind of choices to the students in my class, how would that look like? So I changed the scenario of the students or my classroom. What I did was I divided the whole class into small groups of students. Some of those students, I gave them case studies. Some of them, I gave them puzzles to prepare. I gave them crosswords, and they had to prepare. Some of them were preparing PPTs. As per the lesson plan, I just told them to prepare something based on that particular chapter. And at the end, after they prepared everything, things came out wonderfully. I should really tell you, preparing the classroom really took lots of time of mine, right? As in, I took a lot of time to prepare that classroom for my students. But as a teacher, my role really reduced. And when the students were preparing things amongst themselves, they were speaking to each other, they were trying to gain knowledge. What I realized is that they had more confidence in themselves. And the learning outcome which came out after giving students the chance to interact with each other, they gained lots of confidence. And the learning outcome was achieved by the students. Here, I was not at all there in the class. My presence was not even felt sometimes in the class, but that did not hamper me, because at the end of the day, the children were coming down to me. I was giving them mentoring sessions, I was guiding them, I was counseling them. So here my role as a teacher who's giving lecture reduced, and I was more of a mentor to them and guiding them to achieve their targets. So here I tried to imbibe 4 C's in my teaching methodology. That was collaboration, where the students were collaborating with each other, they were motivated, and I always wanted my students to speak to each other, because that will certainly help my students. They were communicating with each other. And this brought about a more of inquiry driven learning which was happening in the class. It was a question driven learning happening in the class. Children were able to analyze, evaluate the things, and they were thinking as in what they should do. With this, there was one more thing which came out, was that children were thinking out of the box. They were coming with more innovative ideas. And I think all my panelists here would certainly agree with me that children are more creative than what we as teachers are. And here I also gave the students an artistic bent to it. I told them to prepare a song, a role play, drawing, and these things really helped me in achieving my learning outcome at the end of the day. So what I realized is that if my classroom is more student centered, it is more activity driven and more research based, it will help and it will bring wonders in my classroom, which has really helped me a lot, irrespective whether we are in the offline mode or in the online mode. Research and giving things to the students, that would help us all a lot. Apart from this, there was one more thing what I tried to imbibe and bring, that was bonding. That means there should be a bond between a teacher and a student. And what will happen with that? As the students start speaking to you, so they will come out of that cocoon of theirs and they will start sharing their ideas. They will start bringing their, so you as a teacher will come to know about the students' strengths and weaknesses, and you will always be able to overcome the weaknesses of the students by the strengths. So these things helped a lot. So here, what I tried to bring in with all these 4 C's, I tried to introduce the 5 C of choice also amongst my students. Along with this, I tried to bring even the same thing we are talking in the new education policy and the 21st century skill sets, which are really required for the development of our students, because they are the citizens of tomorrow. We have to help them, handhold them. So, my dear teachers, as even in our researchers, many researchers have also come to it that student-centric learning approach in the class will certainly improve the learning of the students in the class. And to conclude with, I would certainly say that there are many techniques which are available. And we all as teachers, we have been using many techniques. But what technique will be best for our students, that we have to decide as teachers. We have to have the confidence in ourselves, because all the teachers are unique. All the children are unique in some or the other manner. So we as teachers, we have to find out what is the best methodology which will work wonders for our own unique students, and that will only help us teachers, because what is there, we have multiple methodologies which are available. However, we cannot narrow it down to one single method, and we cannot say that this one single method will work wonders for our students. All the methods will go hand in hand with one another, so that at the end we have to groom the personality of our children, so that they have more confidence and they are able to face the outer world. We have to actually discover some methodology which motivates our students, and certainly it will improve the learning outcome also of the students. So I would end again by telling that if a child can't learn what we teach, maybe we should try to make the children understand the way they want to understand things. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity and this platform to speak on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, and we have so much appreciation coming all the way. I'm sure when your session is over, you will watch this recording all over again, and you can go through all the chats that are coming in, pouring in fact. So I'm not able to keep pace with the chats that is going on in the live stream. So you will be able to see that when you replay it. So thank you, Hema ma'am. It is
Thank you,
always
sir.
good to find out your own methodologies, as you said, because the context of every educator is different. The kids are unique, and we need to try out methods which actually work for us. So thank you for that share. And now I'll invite
Thanks.
Jaya ma'am, who's been associated with All India Educators Forum for a long time. She's a NCRT master trainer and a PGT geography in Convent of Jesus in New Delhi. So we are welcome, Jaya ma'am, and we are eager to hear the strategies that you found interesting and work wonders for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Uh, Good evening to all the distinguished team of educators, panelists. As I begin to present before you about the teaching methodologies that worked wonders for me, let me begin by quoting Bertrand Russell. I quote, "More important than the curriculum is the question of methods of teaching and the spirit in which teaching is given." Unquote. In my entire teaching experience, spanning well over 28 years, I can relate with very many teaching methodologies that have helped me in evolving as a teacher learner and a learning teacher. As a teacher, one of the most rewarding methodology I began to practice was to connect. I spell the word CONNECT. And connect for me means clarity of concepts being delivered in an organized way of a well planned module of the lesson. The need to navigate through different resources, to be a facilitator to the needs of learners, empowering and enabling them to collaborate with each other. And of course, tuning myself to touch and sense the pulse of my students. Teachers, I'm sure you all know, during the pandemic, teaching became an altogether a new learning experience for all of us. Technology enabled a plethora of resources. I recorded small audio modules of the chapter agriculture to reach out to the very new batch of class 10 students whom we had never seen or met before. From audio sharing to sharing video clippings, inducing little fun element was an extremely happy experience. I shared a musical quiz using a popular Bollywood song, Ichak Dana, Bichak Dana, Dani Upar Dana, that brought my children being initiated into the chapter agriculture, familiarizing them with the food crops, vegetables, and fruits which we were going to discuss in the chapter. And also made the class very interactive, using poetry, acronyms for learning the spatial distributions of minerals, soil types,
Yeah, I think JMM has lost connection. Leo? Yeah, we'll come back to her, no problem. I think she has lost connection. So I will invite our next speaker, Kavita ma'am. Kavita ma'am is there. Kavita ma'am? Yeah, she is. So this is a big problem. Network issues. So no issue, no problem. We have to. The show will go on, and we have lots of speakers. We don't have any dearth of speakers today, right? So Jam ma'am hopefully will join back, and Kavita ma'am is so two speakers have lost their connection suddenly. So, but our next speaker is ready. So I'm going to invite Krishma ma'am, who's a special educator, psychologist, and we invite her for her strategies. I mean, she's someone who's worked closely with kids, so I'm sure she'll have a lots to say. So, ma'am, Krishma ma'am, you can start.
A very good evening, Matthew sir, and all the esteemed panelists and all the viewers. Thank you, Matthew sir, for providing this unique platform, helping me to share my views. I'm thankful to all the panelists for sharing their experiences and helping me learn as well. Teachers have three loves: love of learning, love of learners, and the love of bringing the first two loves together. So, as a teacher, there is no one size fits all solution. So, we try to learn and update ourselves on a range of effective teaching strategies which we can use to inspire in our classroom practice. We constantly renew ourselves in a quest to provide our students with the best possible. In my 22 years of teaching experience, I have learned there is almost no limit to the roles a teacher plays. Great teachers are remembered for the way they encourage and lift their students' achievement, not just in a subject, but also in the important skills of living a fulfilling life. So, the first and the foremost strategy I believe in using in my classroom is motivation. It is said that 9/10 of education is encouragement. A smile, a thumbs up, a praise, an applaud, all these improve the willingness of a learner to perform better. And most importantly, timely reinforcement strategies are essential in order to maximize the impact. So, when students are motivated, learning takes place easily. It requires a variety of teaching styles or techniques just to capture students' interests. So, due to the pandemic, the wonders of technology have been offering a more productive educational experience. I'll start with blended learning. In this, we try to maintain a balance between synchronous, that is face to face, and asynchronous learning, that is independent work on Google Classroom. This helps us take learning forward effectively for all our learners. Asynchronous learning is being continued through the Google Classroom mode, where students are being given reading materials, worksheets, assignments, video presentations, quizzes, along with proper instructions. Therefore, thereafter, students upload their homework, projects, and assignments after completing. The quiz making website Kahoot is extremely popular, and makes learning fun and engaging. Padlet is used as a message board where students can discuss topics from next class in detail or can even ask and help answer each other's questions. So, the most important strategy which I would like to talk about is differentiated instruction. To understand how each student learns best and then tailoring instruction to meet students' individual needs, that is very important. All the students have the same learning goal, but the instruction varies based on students' interests, preferences, and strengths. Addressing knowledge gaps is very essential while teaching students with special needs, helping them understand that people naturally learn differently. So, the three essential requirements for every educator are: I need to know my student, I need to connect to each student, identify each student's strengths and weaknesses. So, this is very important, I would say, in today's scenario as well. So, emotional support is extremely essential. The way teachers help children develop warm, supportive relationships, experience enjoyment and excitement about learning, and feel comfortable in the classroom. The emotional connection that the teacher has with the students plays a vital role in their development. Developing sensitivity towards disadvantaged groups of society as well as the disabled cannot be ignored. An educator helps the learners to develop a compassionate understanding of the world around them. Holistic approach to the teaching and learning is an essential attribute. Therefore, where educators seek to address the emotional, social, ethical, moral, and academic needs of students in an integrated learning format. So, also, I would like to stress upon values and life skills, which should be developed in an integrated and an infused manner rather than to be taught in isolation. For example, while teaching the topic water, conservation of water and its judicious use must be emphasized. So, values and life skills training also enhance attitudes and ways of looking at situations that help them to achieve their objectives and success in all the ups and downs of life. Universal design for learning, which helps building knowledge through multiple means, as different learners are wired to learn more effectively in different ways. In practice, this could mean that some students might be more interested in writing in a project, while others would be more engaged if they are asked to enact in a play, or rather talk about a movie, or asked to speak a few sentences on a given topic. Also, in a group of 10 students, all in grade 5, I might find 4 students doing extremely well in mathematics, 3 may not be able to perform at their grade level, and other 3 may perform 2 grades below. So, here comes the role of a teacher or a special educator, wherein they have to help the students with learning gaps by giving them more time as well as practice worksheets according to their level. Same is the case with reading. We help our young learners likewise. Next, I would talk about experiential learning activities. They build knowledge and skills through direct experience. It helps them remain focused and active. They also try to problem solve as well as think critically. They learn to take initiative. Then, opportunities to be given to students to explore, observe, categorize, discuss, or speak, ask question, enlist, draw, and the list goes on and on. It is said that if learning occurs beyond the walls of the classrooms, the quality of learning will be better. So, field trips are the best examples. Earlier, we used to take our students out to explore different places and offer real world experience. Now we have apps like Google Earth, Google Arts and Culture, Virtual Field Trip. These help our young learners understand that everything they learn has a connection to the world around them. Role playing, it encourages the students to develop an understanding of the situation from the other's point of view. It helps incorporate decision making, being more empathetic. Cooperative learning is highly effective in offline mode. In this strategy, learners learn to tolerate others, develop skills to listen to others, and how to work in a team. Also, we need to pair children who require extra support with those who have a better understanding of the subject or the topic. This way, those who are stronger in the subject can share their knowledge to help their peers understand it better. It brings in the importance of being a part of the team and how the individual actions are adequately guided towards the achievement of the goals. Solving mathematical puzzles, quizzes, conducting scientific experiments, and acting out short drama sketches are just a few examples of how cooperative learning can be incorporated into classroom lessons. So, learning never stops, and we educators ensure that our children continue to learn and discover themselves through our virtual school and digital initiatives. Productive use of digital media needs to be embraced in the present scenario, but main important is the touch, the care, knowing our children better. Learning is a mutual process. Children learn from each other, and a teacher learns from children, particularly to understand their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna ma'am, and thank you for bringing in the aspect of introducing life skills. That is the main thing that was lost somewhere down the line. We had big degrees, but ultimately we couldn't practically do things. So hopefully the NEP 2020 is going to change all that, and we are going ahead into the 21st, 22nd century with a good curriculum. And I'm sure the points that you gave about life values, life skills are definitely the need of the hour. Thank you, Krishna ma'am. And Jaya ma'am, we lost you in between. So I'll just give you 4 minutes to, just whatever you had to say. Probably we missed out half of what you said. So it's over to you. Yes, ma'am. Jaya ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, and sorry for the technical glitch.
No sorries, because actually what happens, this is beyond our control. We can't control this stuff.
Yes, sir. I've been
So
many
once it
times
happens,
live, but I think this is the time that
once
it
it
failed.
happens that during a panel discussion, I was thrown out, and
Okay.
the panelists. So please remember, so you need to take over. One of you should take over the whole session, okay? Because if my net fails, someone
All right.
has to act as a master trainer and come to the rescue. So Jaya ma'am, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So I continue where I left, that
Yeah.
during the pandemic, teaching has become a new challenge, rather a new learning experience for all of us. And technology enabled a plethora of resources. I began sharing small modules of musical quiz, or even modules of my lesson in agriculture. And the first thing I did was, sharing Ichak Dana, Bichak Dana, Dane Upar Dana. And trust me, it brought fun, and it also made the class more interactive. And that's how I initiated the class in learning the much tougher topics of sharing the geographical climatic conditions, geographical distribution of crops, and other details. So, using poetry, acronyms for the learning, the spatial distribution of minerals, soil types, crops, etc., have been very, very rewarding experiences for me as I continue to be a core geography teacher. And why? Because they helped in making learning a joyful experience for both the learner and the teacher, and also making learning very effective and long lasting. You know, again, here I would like to share that as an educator, I practice the 5 R's. And what are these 5 R's? These 5 R's are very different from the geographical references, right? First, being relevant to the text, motivating and inculcating a habit of reading among students, and try avoid being repetitive, right? And how can we do that? We can keep recreating resources, and this will definitely help, as it has helped me, to be an effective means of reinforcing the concept and the learning. And lastly, ensure that you are rewarding each student for their uh, efforts, big or small. It's very, very essential to appreciate every child. Being relevant to the text using any presentation definitely helps the students to relate as they read, refer, or to any range of available resources by avoiding being repetitive. Teachers, we break the monotony of the classroom, and this may otherwise make the classes be a place of boredom. Always be creative in your practice. Recreate your resources using different art integrated learning tools. Like, I use quizzes, puzzles, stories, role plays, street plays, songs, poetry are some of the example. And these resources definitely help in providing a positive reinforcement, and they will also ensure that your learners participation is now more infused with greater enthusiasm. Rewarding and appreciating students with a positive remark, like a well done, a shining star, a smiley emoji, right, are some of the strategies and or methodologies that I have been very effectively practicing, and I must say that I'm addicted to that. So today I for sure can share here with great confidence that I am an extremely happy teacher when my students relate with concepts of monsoons, weather disturbances, drainage patterns with the ease of understanding, as it has been either narrated through a story, explained using maps, concept maps, diagrams, relatable stories, or making or enabling them relate with hands on experiences, feel the type of soil, sand to be touched, hold the soil in your hand, right? And if you are traveling, collect the samples of the soil, relate with the color, the texture, right? These are the ways how we can actually make our learning more interesting, interactive, effective, and long lasting. So trust me, these are very simple, practical, workable methods that I have been practicing. And here I would also say that the journey of a teacher begins from learning to unlearning to relearning. I take this opportunity to thank all my mentors who have taught me valuable lessons, all the teachers, and of course, Sir Matthew K. Thomas, founder AIEF, for providing this opportunity to share our workable strategies. I'm sure, sir, there are many methodologies, but we will surely be learners here, listening and learning from everyone here, the rich resource people who on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad that the connection came back and you could complete that, because this is something which we look forward at the end of the program, the mentorship program, that we do a panel discussion like this. And within a few seconds, you could join back and complete what you wanted. And we'll be looking
Yes.
forward. I saw that you have already created a beautiful logo and you are raring to go with your geography channel. So
Yes, sir.
so we look forward, and I'm sure that our social science teachers, we have about 2000 plus social science teachers with us, and I'm sure that you will be a good guide. You have been guiding them in the WhatsApp groups, but now with the webinar modes that are prevalent, I'm sure you will guide them better with the resources and the available techniques. So thank you, Jaya ma'am, for your
Thank you,
valuable
sir, for being the
suggestions.
force under the wings. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think Kavita ma'am is also back. We had lost her also, so she's there. Yeah. So Kavita ma'am, it's over to you. She's a PGT sociology from Ahilkand International. So welcome, Kavita ma'am, and it's over to
Good
you.
evening. Good evening, Matthew
Good
sir.
evening.
I am really delighted and happy to be sharing this platform with esteemed panelists and educators from all over India. And it gives me a lot of, happiness to be hearing to such wonderful methodologies of such esteemed educators. Okay, so I start like teaching for me since last 15 years has been a very enriching and rewarding experience. And the best thing is that while teaching, if you have taught few students and suddenly you come across an old student and who shares with you the content you have taught, the the respect the content taught, you really feel delighted and happy that you still share a bond with them, you still share a connect with them. So as shared by earlier teachers also on this, creating a bond, I think, is the best thing that we have to do. So as I share my methodology, I would like to start that teaching for me has been creating bonds and forming affinity with my dear students. It is not just student teacher ratio, it's not just academic enrichment, it's much more beyond a socio emotional connect that we develop with the students. So this is the foremost important thing, that we are here as educators not just to provide academic enrichment to students, but to develop a socio emotional bond that transcends and continues. Now, being an educator for about 15 years, I have a wide range of students that I have taught from middle to senior. And last 7, 8 years, 9 years, I've been teaching senior section. So few methodologies that I think fits in every age group are like connecting with your students is one, creating a social emotional bond, reading and explaining them through real life experiences. You know, we as teachers need to connect with every child, as we have already heard from so many educators that children cater to different needs, but learning has to continue. So teaching them through real life experience is one thing that I've been practicing. Then helping them memorize the content, sharing a bond with them and memorizing the content. Generally, in all age groups that I have taught, one thing is that parents had the major concern that the learning has today they don't have to mug up things. You know, they have to learn and understand. So, a few things that we have been practicing is like concept mapping. If you need to teach cultural process today in sociology, you need to connect with what was imperialism, what was colonialism, and then you come to capitalism. To talking about my content, if I say research work and concept map or webs are basically one important things that I've been sharing. Then relating some content of the present with old stories also really excites children and they memorize it for a very long time. Then I have been sharing my own ways of learning, my own experiences of learning with my students, like creating small abbreviations. You know, today they are a lot under pressure, and when they have to write in exams, the only concern is that how to remember, ma'am. So during teaching of a chapter on nationalism in Europe, where they had to learn a large content, you know, I tried and abbreviate things for them, like European pass. I told them, okay, we have 4 European pass, and they abbreviated like ABPR, that is Austria, Britain, Prussia, and Russia. So abbreviating things for them, making it more easier for them, continuous revision with them are few strategies which I think have worked wonders for them. Then being talking about social sciences and sociology, we have already heard about also that taking them to field trips. You know, now we are under certain constraints that we cannot take the children out. But when we are teaching manufacturing industries, taking them to a industry visit. When we are teaching them marginalized categories or inequalities and exclusions, we can take them to old age homes and actually make them see that what is the condition. Are we actually talking only in books and content, or this is the reality? So once if they have experienced this, I think this will be an eye opener for them to see the insight into it. Then I'm myself a doctorate. So I would rather say that research is one important skill that we should, you know, children are very, not very patient today. If I say, okay, you have to do a research work, you have to do a research work because it has 20 marks, they would research for it. But in general also, creating a habit of doing some kind of research, you know, there are n number of sites on Google, but how to scrutinize them, how to take out the content that fits your requirement is important thing. So we have to really create that environment and you can say confidence, and show confidence in children and guide them in such a manner that they should develop this habit of research. Then definitely, if we talk about 21st century skills, creativity and collaboration is to be infused in children. So in order to teach few chapters, like recently when I taught French Revolution in class 9th, I gave them this opportunity to create a rap song. I knew two children who were very talented and they knew the skill of creating rap songs. So I told them that why not? There's a boy who Subrat. I told him why not create a rap song. So this boy created a beautiful rap song summarizing the entire episode of French Revolution. So that was really exciting and enthusiastic for these children. And then I would like to say that since we are in it's only the building which is closed, it's not the teachers, not the education which is closed, which can stop us to teach and provide learning to our students. So we have to don hats today and take technology to these children. We grandparents, parents, extended families, they all have to cater to the needs of children and help them. And we have plethora of tech tools that have already been talked in detail. So how can technology be in use today? I think children are very smart. It took us long to learn about Microsoft Teams and various other platforms through which we taught our children, but it was quite easy for them to start with and to adapt to all this. So I think technology has done its wonders. What we have to do now is to be confident about them, to help them, encourage them, motivate them at every step, reward them. That is extremely important. First of all, and most importantly, be with them. See, marks doesn't matter. The student should have clarity over the concept. Education should be for lifelong. It is not just for appearing exams. It is just not for only appearing exams. So I would just like to conclude by saying that we should always be learner at heart. We should motivate our children and say them there is no harm in accepting that you know better than us at many a things. Many a times they know better than us. I have my little one, he is just in class 9. What I cannot do, he is much fast in adapting to that and doing that. So I think this is the same that goes whether it's class 12th or class 8th or 9th. We have to accept this, that we are still learners. We have to adapt to the changing circumstances, the changing technology, and we have to equip ourselves in order to be the best learners and always remain learners. And these are the kind of methodologies I think each one of us should apply in our daily teaching. To With this, I would like to conclude and give my sincere gratitude to Thomas sir and the other educators over here.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the share. And I really love the ending part. What you said is that teachers are lifelong learners. The main problem with educators now is that they're not ready to learn. They are contented with what they have. They're not ready to experiment. We need to move out of our comfort zones. And
It is not.
and I have realized in my experience in the past couple of years that the more you learn, there is more to explore. There is so much. And then when you realize that I have achieved something, you realize that you are nowhere. You are just a drop in the ocean because there is so much to be done. So thank you, ma'am. And that's for the beautiful sharing. And
Thank you so
I
much,
will
sir.
also reiterate the last words that you said. As teachers, please continue to be learners. We no longer can boast about I have 25 years experience, 30 years
No, no,
experience,
no.
50 years experience.
Certainly
What
not, sir.
matters now is the skill. So somebody who's 5 year with 5 years experience can be much better than a teacher who's 30 years. So gone are the days when we used to count the years of experience and say, oh, see, you have only 5, I have 20 or 30, so I'm better than you. So thank you.
Sir, joining AIF is the motive. Joining AIF is the motive that
Yes.
we need to learn more and know more and equip ourselves.
Absolutely. Thank you. And that's why this program that we do is that to empower and keep empowering people so that, the knowledge never stops. And once we go into that, it's like a depth of knowledge. You just get lost in it and you want to do more and more. So thank you so much for the wonderful sharing that you did today.
Thank you so much, sir.
So I'll now invite Kusum ma'am. Kusum Lata Rathore ma'am is a TGT Social Science from Herman Minor School, Faridabad. So it's over to you, Kusum ma'am.
Yes, good evening, everyone, and good evening, sir, and with my colleague. So it's a really, first of all, I would like to say thanks to our mentor, Mr. Matthew, sir, and given this platform for our new journey. Really, it's thankful, sir. Thankful to you, sir. And I'm very glad to share my views on the topic, the teaching methodology, and which works wonder. As true, sir, as teacher, we have the close relation with our student, and it's also the responsibility as a teacher, the all around development of the student. And we are here as teacher to have a great role in the society, and we are the system, we are the part of the system. As our topic, teaching methodology, it means the different methods of teaching to educate the people, to educate the student, to learn them, to acknowledge them, and to develop them. Some, it's also need of the time and need as far as the student. All know about it very well. As a same strategy, it's not applicable for all. Different due to different kind of a student, the different capability of the student, different in task, and some more things. So such as, for example, I can say ki some students are grabbing the things by listening, some are from reading, and some are from visualizing, etc. And it's depend on the teacher. Okay, that should be identify the problem of the student, and as per them, they have to utilize the strategy that works wonder. As social science teacher, it's a great difficulty for me, especially for due to my subject, because number of students they are not taking interest in the offline. Doesn't matter it's offline or online. After pandemic, the scenario is completely changed. Offline classes is converted into online classes. In offline also, just I use the different methodology, but ever like chalk and talk. So now these days it's not work. Lecture method, lecture method, and nobody interested. Even a student in today's generation, they are not interested at all, okay, to listen the lecture, and they just have the common wordings. Kya ma'am bore kar diya? So like that. So it's a true, and it's required to change, and changes the demand of the time as teacher. So we have to update, we have to change as per as time. We have to adapt the new technology. So in the offline, as per as the offline classes, the scenario is completely changed. In online classes, it's too much learning as teacher as well as for the student, and that's great. As beginner, I just faced lots of challenges, but later on it's become easy, and it's really great. Okay, we have the number of resources available on the online classes, and I just basically, as per as my experience, I use the brainstorming session, group discussion, case study, field trip, whatever, as my colleagues already educators already explained that. And really, as I experienced in my class, so group discussion, that's really works wonder for me. And as I started my class with the help with this brainstorming session, and the number of questions, by asking the number of questions, so student taking initiative and participating with very actively, and the number of questions, the number of explanations from that side we are getting. The important thing is here, okay, that is engagement of the student by actively, and it's create the interest among the student, so they have to participate, or especially in the subject SST. So it's very great thing for me. In group discussion, the number of this I started the class with the brainstorming session, and then I introduced the topic, and class also divided into different small groups. I allotted the topic, like I just taken the industry, I just take the already took this topic as industry. I just divided as a one for one group, that is introductory part. Second group is the type of industry. The third group is especially on that, okay, that is the raw material based industry, or the size based industry, or something like that. So it's amazing, and really I am just so happy. I just feel really very happy. Okay, after allotted the time, and after that timing, the students came with that number of information, number of views, and as a group leader, they present their presentation in a very effective manner, and a very nicely manner. And really it's so surprising, and it's really like wonder for me. So it's a really great thing, or not that much. Mostly I'm just using the project-based learning, and that student also are more and more interesting. I divided my class in the same way in the different groups. I allotted the topic also to them, and they just have to prepare the presentation, and with the with the different presentation in the different way, like in the painting form, like in the PPT form, or in the video form, or something like that. They are preparing and nicely they are presenting. The important thing here is they are taking interest in history. Most of that, I'm using the storytelling method. They are not interested at all in history. Always they felt bored. History subject, especially history chapter, no ma'am, no. Take geography, take civics, so like that. So I just assured her that after that, I use the story method, storytelling method, and now they are taking interest. Always I am using, especially for the history chapter. Doesn't matter. Recently I just taught the French Revolution to the 9th class student, and they took very interest. And it's a very important thing for me, and it's a great thing. At least I feel good. And in our teaching, I feel that appreciation and a boost for their encouragement. So it's required to be friendly with them, to boost up them, to encourage them, to appreciation for the small thing. I can say that acceptance, that is more and more important. Whatever the students are sharing the things, doesn't matter that may be wrong, that may be correct, but should be accept and should be encouraged them. Only because of that, it's kind of fear just the student have, and they are just not coming in front of the class or coming in front of that kid that they have to share. So boost their for boosting them. So it's very important. Whatever I feel, whatever I experience in my class, so that much. And always as a teacher, so I just try to learn more and more. Or definitely, just say already, just my co-teachers already explained, students are very intelligent, very smart. So with them, it's required to cope up. So first we have to update. So it's my continuous journey for learning, as well as changes the demand of the time. So definitely we have to go with that. So I want to sum up with my wordings. So thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So much.
Kusuma.
Thank you, journalist.
You very rightly said, change is the only constant, and there is a
Yes.
constant endeavor to improve yourself. If you are
Yes.
stagnant,
Correct.
and nobody is going to ask about you. So 5 years down the line, teachers will, be non-existent, because now it's a
Yes.
time of
Fine.
anytime, anywhere learning, and we need to upgrade, and we need to be up to the mark as far as technology is concerned, soft skills is concerned, personality is concerned. We have to be all rounders actually. With technology was the only aspect we were lagging behind. Now with the pandemic, I think we are equal to the students now. Earlier the students had the upper hand. Now I can go back to my class and say, I am as good as you, if not better than you. Okay, thank you so much. Now I'll invite Liesel Joseph. Liesel Joseph, ma'am, is a PGT English from Convent of Jesus and Mary, CJM, New Delhi. So it's over to you, Liesel.
Thank you, Matthew, sir. Uh, I'll begin since all of you have talked about methodology. I'd like to change this platform given to me very subtly and prove to you how I took my journey. So they say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Hello, everyone. I'm Liesel Joseph, a teacher of English for the past 25 years, and this is my story. My journey of exploring, discovering, rediscovering, and regaining confidence all began during the pandemic. While the world was lauding the frontline workers, there was also a group of dedicated and motivated men and women who were trying to hold fort with their students who would be the future of the world. And my story is linked to this group of unsung heroes. Today, I speak on behalf of educators who had to overnight empower themselves with skills we knew little about. My first challenge was to get connected to my students in the midst of the lockdown. This was followed by reassuring them that we could take the classroom to the home with the help of our mobiles. And then, gradually, Zoom was being used as a platform to touch base. It was at this point that I got to know about Google Classroom, and in my desperate attempt, I tried my hands on it. That was my first milestone in success. Later, the school provided us with Microsoft Teams to get connected with the students. And there, my journey took shape. Knowing that I was only facilitating learning process, my next step was to adopt a method that would work wonders for my students and me. Being a novice with technology, I started my learning with lectures, but soon realized that in order to connect with my students, I needed visual aids. This is when I connected with my inner creativity. I started using PowerPoints, videos of lessons, short documentaries, contemporary popular TV shows, and memes. Now students started responding. I always saw teaching of English as interdisciplinary. For instance, lessons that were fact-based and not very popular, such as the ailing planet in class 11, was supplemented with a short documentary on how Singapore was helping reduce global warming. The lesson itself, an extract from an article written by Nani Palkiwala, also gave me scope to discuss the Keshavanand Bharati case, for which the author as a lawyer fought. Lessons such as Should Wizard Hit Mommy and Aunt Jennifer's Tigers gave scope for sharing on the themes of first and second wave of feminism in class 12. A short documentary on a 3-day Quora helped students of class 11 to comprehend the lesson Silk Road. It is a travelogue. In this context, the students were introduced to Tibet and its political scenario, and the Sino-Indian political stand on Tibet, and a reference was made to the Shimla Agreement. The students were also made to understand the importance of water as a natural resource and the prediction of wars in future for water. All this instilled a curiosity in the students to go beyond the text. This was made possible because of my experience in the field of teaching and adopting an interdisciplinary approach to the teaching of English. My journey as a teacher made me realize how important it was to be receptive to learning and understand the pulse of my students, realizing the need for positive reinforcement. Appreciation cards were given to students who fared well in online quizzes. This encouraged students to test their own learning and also motivated me to explore new techniques to assess them. Fun facts associated with characters, objects, and places in the lesson were ways of adding to knowledge. For instance, the author John Updike's A Lesson from Class 12, written by him, Should Wizard Hit Mommy, comes to terms with his illness, psoriasis. The difference between the Hanukkah and the menorah in the address, the lesson address in class 11, or for that matter, in the lesson Glimpses of India, the way Coorg is being described as the Scotland of India. Integrating art into learning as per the new Education Policy 2020, students of class 11 were shown a documentary on how Chinese paintings are done on scrolls and how they are preserved. This was also the time when I realized how important it was to stay connected with teachers in Delhi and all over the country. WhatsApp groups such as DTF and the All India Educators Forum And of course, our very own mentorship program kept me informed and assisted with my technical skills. Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for being a pioneer and visionary in uniting educators and empowering them. And this is my story, a journey from growing from a teacher to a facilitator of learning and to a self learner. And my journey continues from better till it becomes best. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Matthew.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa ma'am. And I'm sure your students are going to be very proud of their teacher today after listening to you of your journey. So this has to reach out to your students as well. An amazing share of how that journey, that personal sharing that you did was amazing. And you can go through. We have some amazing comments, live chats going on, and I am sure that what you spoke, many of them could relate to, because it was the journey of many of the educators that has happened in the past years.
Yes,
So thank you
certainly,
so much.
certainly.
Thank you so much for that personalized sharing. And now I'll invite Mehak ma'am, who is the headmistress of Little Angel Schools, and she is joining us from Malegaon. Mehak ma'am.
Thank you, AIF Forum and Matthew sir for hosting this panel discussion on teaching techniques. Thank you to all the fellow panelists and all the audience for taking out from time from your Zoomified schedule today here. These years of teaching experience have taught me two things which are needed in this profession actually: teaching methods and relationships. But today we are here to speak about the teaching methods which have worked wonders for us. I think probably most of us remember teacher-centered classroom, which we are familiar from our youth. Teacher in front, in center, students sitting in neat, nice rows, not allowed to talk to each other, and teacher downloaded information to the kids, and students used to appear for the exam to check how much they remember. Even we all have studied the same way. I love lecturing, but my students don't always love it. We had an event in our school that was play along, wherein students were allowed to choose the sports which they want to play with their fathers. It was specially arranged on Father's Day. So after observing them, that when they were given choices, they were very happy to learn. So I planned it to have it in my classroom also. The same has been shared by our fellow panelist, ma'am also. So observing them, I realized that this will really work in my classroom. Let kids have choices. So I added C, which is choice, along with the four C's which are available. That is collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity. The 21st century skills the kids should learn. I added choice to the list, not as skill for kids to learn, but by choice I meant the situation where learning activities are planned and they choose their own group to work on the chosen activity. I would share one experience with you. I was with the topic anomalous behavior of water, wherein we discussed all the contents, all digital contents related to it. My presentations were ready. We discussed everything. But I really wanted them to research how this anomalous behavior of water is applicable to real world context. Generally, I do this in my class. I always relate concepts which are shown in movies if they are applicable, and this really fascinates them. So I wanted them to research about the real Fungsuk Wangdu from Three Idiots movie. Actually, my objective was to make them realize how that scientist has worked on properties of water and how he has utilized that technique for his state, for his place, that is Ice Stupa project, which has been done in Ladakh. So my learning objective was they should learn about the scientist and they should really know that how it is utilized in the real world context. Dear teachers, applying different techniques in the classroom really needs airtight lesson plan. We need well organized discipline plan, well organized effective use of technology. But to share with you one more experience, I was again with, as I'm related to science, so I have all those examples related to science only. I was with the topic use of convex lenses and concave lenses, wherein again compound microscope, telescope, we studied everything. But in my class, nobody referred anything about James Webb telescope, which was discovered few days back, and it was launched on 25th December. But I realized nobody in the class has discussed this. So I was again with the same point that they are not aware. So I divided them into groups of their choices, which is always the first C of my class. I gave them the choices. I gave them the topics to discover and of telescope any, like previously discovered telescope in between or recently if it is any is discovered. So dividing them into groups required collaboration, teamwork. Collaboration requires communication. Communication would again lead to creativity. So those groups, they worked among themselves and we had very beautiful presentations which led to the telescope which was discovered long back and the telescope which is discovered now, how technologically it is more useful. So this was a conclusion which was again done in my class. So I believe our brains are wired for 5 C's, which leads to authentic learning, which definitely happens if we allot them those first C in the class. The one more technique which I generally apply in my class and even I ask my teachers to do is shifting from teacher-centered learning to student-centered learning has allowed us the opportunity to listen to students' thinking. And teachers, when you do this, if you do this whole situation, is teacher paradox. That is because removing yourself from the center and performing as a guide on the side rather than sage on the stage gives open opportunity for teachers to coach, to mentor, to nurture, and inspire. We generally follow this in our school for revision of topics. When the syllabus is done, for revision of topics, we generally form groups again of their choice. We give them the topic to choose, keeping in mind the required objective which is needed to be accomplished. The students prepare their own presentations, their own set of questions for the whole class. We have taught them during this pandemic, thanks like we have prepared our students for upcoming world in technology. They are well equipped in preparing their own Google forms. They prepare quizzes for the class, and hence we lead in creating happy classrooms. So let me introduce you to the sixth C, which generally I again follow, that is caring. Most effective, most powerful, and most inspiring way of teaching. Keep motivating, inspiring students, and to conclude with my methodologies, I would say a well said quote by Albert Einstein: education is not the learning of facts, but training of mind to think. Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing us such a beautiful platform to share our experiences.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahak. And we look forward to all the educators to still remain with us, to be resource persons, to be master trainers, to be global ambassadors as the educators saying the learning continues. Liesel ma'am beautifully summarized that thing that the teacher's journey never finishes, it continues. So thank you for that share. And I hope you will get associated with the AIF more closely in terms of trainers in educating so many of our educators who actually require our help. So thank you for the share. And I
Thank
will
you,
be
sir.
inviting now Manasa Prakash ma'am, who's a TGT chemistry, and she teaches in a school in Bangalore, Narayana E-Techno School in Bangalore. So Manasa Prakash ma'am, it's over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. This is Manasa Prakash B, a proud teacher who never ceases to learn each and every day. As Liesel ma'am quoted, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I am so glad for having taken the small baby step towards the dream that I wish I fulfill one day. I would take this opportunity to thank my mentor for life, Mrs. Juhi Serene ma'am, for having introduced me to this particular platform and showing me the other potential areas to grow as a teacher. I would also thank Mr. Matthew Thomas, sir, for giving us a platform to practice the same. A teacher always need to involve wide variety of strategies and methodologies because each student need and the classroom dynamics keep changing from every point, each point to time to time. So we need to always change our way of teaching. We need to adapt to the situation accordingly. The teaching should always be fluid in nature. We need to incorporate the 6 C's. Like our fellow panelist told us, the 6 C's, which are choice, give them choice, the way they want to learn, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, and the most important one, care. So we need to have that affection for our kids to build a bond between the teacher and the student. The subject that I teach, chemistry, is a mystery in itself because it is more known for its exceptions than the statements. So, always, the moment I finish a concept and the students are quite relieved, there comes an exception popping out. And I find one common expression on all the students' face, a big question mark as to or kitne hai. So I always tell them, we are dealing with something which is already existing in nature. So we are studying something which is already perhaps, there for years together. So always, I believe we need to incorporate the practical and the theoretical concepts. Having an experience in a pharmaceutical industry, I always wondered if at all I had a teacher who could relate the theory to the practical real life applications, maybe I would have done even more, like I would have done wonders. So when I became a teacher, that was my motto. I always try relating or creating a bridge between the theory and the practical applications. For example, when I deal with effect of certain parameters like temperature, moisture, etc. So I just relate the concept with the expiry date that they find on medicines, the labels. So I tell them, I ask them, how is the expiry date determined? Now that's a big question. So then we together learn that a series of experiments have been conducted at different temperature and other parameters keeping constant. And this way the expiry date is determined. So when you actually involve or bring in the real life application of each and every theoretical concept, children's, analytical skills, the way they evaluate concepts, and them thinking out of the box, all of them will be imbibed in them, thus inculcating creative thinking skills. The same way, science is nothing without experiments. When I tell students magnesium burns with a white dazzling flame, nobody is excited. But when they do the experiment, the joy that we see on the child's face when he literally observes the white dazzling light, we cannot express it in words. So hands-on experience, it can be in groups or as individuals, derives a lot of observations, a lot of inferences. Students discuss amongst themselves, leading to peer discussion, and all of this lead to collaborative learning technique. So this way, even the online platform, we are so much into this online platform these days because of the pandemic. So science, teaching science is a lot more easier because of the digital tools. The simple experiment that I cannot portray or showcase in a normal school lab can be, made visualized by the students using different, visual clips or simulations. Indeed, we are touching the chords of blended learning. So students get a lot of benefit by visualizing all of the reactions and mechanisms and even the structures at times. Now, when we come to students, all the students are not of the same nature. There are slow learners also. Now, when you involve activities like role plays, or relating a concept to real life situation. These students can grasp the concept very well because they are portraying the same, like the types of reactions. I can make students perform them. I can introduce the concept in a very unique way. So these students tend to retain the subject or the concept for a very long time. They don't have to mug it up. Now, one last thing that I would like to tell is we teachers need to always understand or try, we need to know the understand the mood swings of the kids as well. Not all the time they are alert in the class. So we need to attract them towards ourselves. And one fine day, I remember in grade 10th, a girl was peeping out of the window. Now, I utilized the situation. Now, I was dealing with effective nuclear charge concept. So I just told to the students, consider me as the nucleus, the center of the class. Now, all the benches before me are all the orbits and the shells. Now, I told them, all of you are the electrons, accommodating each of the orbit or the bench. Now, the next sentence was very important. I told, my attraction or my attention is not reaching the last electron in the last shell. Now, the student got alert. Now, everybody knew, now, ma'am is pointing out at something very serious. Now, this way, they could actually, I attracted the whole class towards the concept. They could actually, they were all, more alert. They knew any point of time, if they are looking left or right, now I would take them as an example in dealing with a concept. So, attracting a child is very important. Now, I would finally like to conclude by saying that we as teachers need to understand the psychology of the kids. We need to see whether they are prepared to grasp the concept well. Not all the time we can expect that students, grasp whatever we tell in like maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes. Shortcuts are no solutions for us teachers as well as the students. So these are just recipes for disasters. So we as teachers need to continuously learn forever and ever until we reach the needs of the education objectives. Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mansa, for sharing those experiences and the strategies which you applied. Being a chemistry teacher, you had a lot of practical activities which you could demonstrate. And thank you for all the lovely comments, Sudeepa ma'am, Shamla ma'am, for always encouraging me and the team and all the resource people always for our sessions. That is very important, that we also need people to encourage us, because whenever we do something, there will be bouquets as well as brickbats. So we better face it, because whenever we are conducting a session, we cannot satisfy everyone, right? That's going to be a fact. It's good. You are going to realize it when you do sessions. There'll be always someone who's pointing out some problem or the other. But thankfully, our chat, if you go through, it's all clean. Everybody is getting full appreciation, full awards, full marks to all the speakers. In fact, a brilliant remark by Sudeepa ma'am says that I'm not getting time to comment on the chat because I'm so engrossed listening to all the speakers. Thank you, Sudeepa, for this lovely comment. And thank you to Mansa ma'am for sharing her thoughts. So moving ahead, I will invite Navita Mehta ma'am, who's TGT Science, DPS Ghaziabad. Yes, Navita ma'am, you can unmute yourself and start.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Navita Mehta from Delhi Public School, Ghaziabad, Vasundhara. And I'm really delighted and happy to be on this esteemed platform with all the educators across the country. And I'd really like to give a special thanks to Matthew, sir, to providing us this platform to know about different strategies directly from the educators, which have been very effective. I am an educator, but also a lifelong learner. Being an educator for 20 years, I have been involved with different grades, starting from primary to middle school. I have taught different subjects, gone through different administrative procedures also, and going through these different age groups. I felt that a good teacher is the one that can inspire hope, ignite imagination, and instill the love for learning. As a teacher, there are multiple things that we have to take care of. We need to make our classrooms such that it has all the elements in it, starting from the conducive and comfortable environment for the learners, engagement of the students with the class, managed classrooms, and the innovative teaching strategies, and a lot more. These strategies, they have to be employed in the classroom to make teaching learning more effective. They play a very important role, and they also belong to the lesson planning. They should be the regular part of our lesson planning. Teaching without having the clean plan or a strategy is like to fill in a broken pot. No matter how much you try to fill it, it will always leak out. The strategies, they help us to seal the broken pot and make the teaching more effective. Today, I'll share about the inquiry-based learning that can be used in the classrooms to make the lessons more meaningful and interesting. This is an innovative pedagogical technique which has been very effective in expediting the learning process. This process, it engages the students by making the real world connection through the exploration and high level questioning. It includes problem solving, experiential learning. It is completely student centered approach where the teacher, the instructor, they guide the students through different questions that have been posed, different methods that have been designed, and finally, in the last, the data is interpreted by the students. Rather being instructed to, students are empowered to explore the subjects. They ask questions, they find or they create the solution. It is breaking from the strict rules of and guidelines that we follow and opening the whole world to them. How do we initiate it? Now, the first step is to start with what the student know. In the simpler words, if I tell you, the pre-knowledge test that we check, the qualification, the qualifying knowledge that we check in the classroom, that is the first step in it. We should know how much the students know. Then accordingly, we guide them onto their individual learning paths by giving them the choice board, the free will to investigate. We also give them the time to reflect. Reflection is very important. It helps the students to analyze their learning and thus finally making them accountable of their learning. One very important thing that we take in it is the exit tickets. They are for the check for understanding. We can use various online tools for that. For example, we can have Padlets, we can have simple Mentimeters to know that whether the learning outcome has been achieved by the maximum class or not. We can use different technology tools to extend the learning. For example, different games, we can provide them Kahoot, quizzes. There are different online platforms which makes it more interactive and interesting to students to get involved into it. Now, in this inquiry, the students, they actually discover information to support their investigation. They work on the projects that depend on them taking the active role in their learning. And thus it caters to the differential learnings of levels of the class also. Different students, they may take different projects, they develop their own questions, and then they conduct the research. And they use different online resources, and finally they present their work through the videos, web pages, formal pecha kucha presentations anyway. Now, I like to share, in class 6, there's a chapter body movements. The children, they knew about the bones, the joints. So there we were supposed to talk about different joints. So I gave them this free choice. I made the groups taking in the consideration different learning level of the students. And I gave them the free will that, okay, this group is going to work on the hinge joint. This group will take ball and socket joint and fixed joint. And I told them, all right, it is up to you how you research about it, how you collect the information, and how you present it. And you will not believe, it came out beautifully. That PowerPoints that they presented, they had models, they had videos, they created GIFs, they created canvas for the concept, And it was the best thing that the quizzes, that means the reflective part, was also taken care by the students. They actually did the proper research and they came out other than the content. They endured understanding. They went into the higher level in the blooms. And this way, all the sort of students, all level of students who are very quiet, who are not interactive, somehow they also became a part of it. The presentation included the participation from each student. And it was so interesting that the next topic, the gate of animals of that chapter, they wanted to do by the same way. Ma'am, you don't teach us. We will collect the information, you just culminate it. It really worked wonders. The inquiry based learning, it really helps students to make their own connection about what they learn. This curiosity, it helps them to engage and get the deeper understanding of the topic, the content. And the final step of this process is what the learner has learned, how much they have learned. Now, after the session is ended, the end of the assessment, end of UI, end of chapter assessment took place. We shared a reflection form with them in which they were supposed to tell that which is the topic I learned, on what I want to explore more. So I found the very good response from all the students that they wanted to explore more about it. They wanted to go beyond their content. So it's a very effective way of taking the topic, especially in science, I believe. And as per my experience as a parent, as an educator, I believe that this is the learning strategy which is very effective on the online platform for 21st century learners, where somehow these learners, they need to go on to the level from extending from the level of the knowledge and comprehension to the synthesis, to endure the understanding, to learn more. And last but not the least, dear educators, we all need to remember the curiosity is the fuel for discovery, inquiry, and learning. I'll really like to thank Matthew, sir, for all the guidance that he has provided in these 3 months, though I have been a very quiet learner. But thank you so much, sir. This session, this all course, actually, it made me realize what all I have in me. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Thank you, Navita ma'am, and I hope this journey continues and we get more and more enriched with your vast experience and expertise. So they say sharing is caring. So the world has shrunk into a small place, and educators across the world are now collaborating. Earlier, we used to be very satisfied with our own school, own city, or own country. But now, if you see, the world itself has become we have become global citizens suddenly. So thank you, Navita ma'am. And I'm sure that we will collaborate further and organize more sessions for educators in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Now I'll invite Neetu ma'am. Neetu ma'am, 1 second. I think she's not in the stream. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. Neetu ma'am is a PGT Political Science, and she is from Panchsheel Public School, New Delhi. So Neetu ma'am, you can unmute yourself and share your experience of what happened during the pandemic, or offline, online, whatever methodologies that work for you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. Hello, everyone. This is Neetu, PGD Pol Science from Panchsheel Public School, New Delhi. I'm here to share my views on teaching methodologies, which works wonder for us. Firstly, I would like to say thanks to our mentor, Mr. Matthew, sir, who gave this opportunity to being a part of All India Educator Forum and this panel discussion also. As a teacher, I have experienced a lot. I meet different students whose capability of grasping the topic and subject was different. Their interests, their nature are also different to each other. In traditional and offline classes, it was easy to me to focus every student, what they are doing, they are listening to me or not, they are understood the topic or not. But basically, I use the lecture method to teach them because my subject is political science, and group discussion also organized for themselves. But all these methods are not suitable to every child. And students, for this below average students, I try to give more attentions. So I provided some study material in easy language, and also discuss the topic to correlate the current news and surrounding with the help of surrounding examples, which helpful to the student to understand the topic, like as a Lok Sabha and election, Rajya Sabha discussion, and how the law making process done in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha house. We organize a small activity among the students and divided the student on the basis of particular different political parties and ruling parties, and debate also there. So they in our parliament. So it is very effective to learn in easy manner how the different type of project and the different type of process of taking the decision by our ministers or our legislature members done by them. So I think this is very effective and a creative methods to teach the student in easy manner. But suddenly, due to the pandemic, our offline classes shifted to the online classes. I faced many problems because I was also not familiar with the new technology which we have to use due to the pandemic and COVID. So firstly, I have to learn. Then I able to learn the student. In the starting, student also not ready to take the class. They simply said, "Ma'am, network is not working," and the strength were very less. Then I started to use the PPT and provide the videos to the student and notes also for teaching them. Day by day, the strength is raising, and they also accept this fact that they have to learn. If they want to getting the study and knowledge, they have to join the classes, and they interest with the help of different type of videos and notes, and we provide the different type of study material to them to clear their concept. Online teaching really proved great to clear the concept and doubt to the students. As my subject is political science, so in my subject, current news are very important. With the help of online classes, I able to correlate it and also can show the student. For instance, the reason of emergency 1975 and Lok Sabha election of 1967, 71, 2004, and 2014, and so on. I able to correlate it and also able to share the screen with the student, and they able to understand how the decision taken by the people, common people, and they able to change their government. How the supreme power reside in the hand of the citizens, the voters. So it is really very great time for the student and as a teacher, because in starting I feel that is a very difficult time for us. Why we are using the online classes, our traditional classes is very important for us, and it is easy to us to teach the student. But day by day I learn a lot, and this technology provide the vast scope to us to learn more and more. And still some student not ready to get the class, they enter in the class, especially for the below average student. For those student, I call their parents to look after them, because online classes provide a vast space to the student to ignore the studies. So it is also raise the responsibility of their parent also. And parents also are taking the part in their studies, because if they ignore it, the student have vast area to join different type of activities which may be harmful for their future. So I feel we have to make a relation with their parent also, as a teacher, as a subject teacher and a class teacher both. We have to connect with their parents every time. Our working hours are not fixed for 8 hours. Our working hours are flexible. after 8 hours and after schooling, we have to call their parents and call the student, and also we have to send the notes. See, you have to do the work, you have to complete their worksheets and assignment, you have to submit timely. If we are not provided the marks through you, sometimes we use that type of word also. But still they are calling, ma'am, today tomorrow we have to join the class. Ma'am, I'm not well, so I'm not able to join the class by tomorrow. So our working hours not limited 24 hours. Sometimes they give the messages, we have to check the messages. If we ignore it, sometimes we are lacking. So we have to attentive more as compared to the student. Student have to attentive, but teacher have to more attentive as compared to them. So I feel the online classes provide alertness to us firstly, and then we can alert the student. And I organize the group discussion in online mode. It is also helpful because if the student not attentive at that time when we organize the group discussion, then they are not able to speak well, they are not grasping the topic. So if they have to join this session, so they have to listen first. So it is also helpful to raise their interest in the studies. And I feel the activities is very important to provide the proper knowledge to the student, because it is very my subject is related to the current news and activities of the government. And day to day we in daily life we see a different type of news which related to the government came, and the students are taking interest in this because they want to aware about the daily routine and daily environment, and which the government provided to us, and which type of policies they introduce, and which benefit we have to take by the government policies. So I think my subject is interesting, not like a history. It's not boring, like as a Kusum ma'am said, history is boring, and students said, ma'am, it's boring, please take the economics and civics and geography. But political science, I feel, because I am the political science teacher, so I say this word, ki it is interesting subject, and students are interested to take the part in this, and they listen carefully, because if they opt political science, that means in future they want to opt it as a future option. So I feel in offline and online mode, in both type of teachings, I experience a lot, I learn a lot, because I'm a technology illiterate person before the lockdown, and due to the pandemic I advanced in some technology, and really it's different type of knowledge provided by the Matthew sir to us, because we are not aware about it, about a different type of systems and technologies which we started due to the sir. And we learn it, how it can be operated by us. And my husband also tells you are aware about it, I don't think you know it, and I know it because I learned it, because our mentor and our seniors provided me some different type of instructions and knowledge to us. So please don't say like this कि I am कह सकते हैं technology illiterate person, now I am learning it. So
thank you, ma'am.
thank
So
you.
we are just running out of time, so I'll request you to wind up. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's really a wonderful journey for me, and I experience a lot. And thank you, thanks a lot, sir. And thank you all panelists and my all educators, which directly
Thank
or
you.
indirectly appreciate me and guide me, and some knowledge shared with the help of our groups. So I able to join this platform, and I'm here. So I really, this is a successful time for me. I'm here in this platform. Thank you, sir. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And this actually gives a confidence to a lot of people to do more and more. So they say that the first step is always difficult. You know, when the baby starts walking, that first step is very crucial. Parents are also worried. You are also worried. But the first step you have taken, and I think now the troubled waters is over, you will be able to walk smoothly. So thank you for sharing your
Thank you, sir.
experience, and I'm
Thanks a
glad
lot,
that you
sir.
liked it. and you found courage, and you learned skills, and you came on the show, and you discussed, and your words came out from your experience, and how you connect to the students, how we have to be available to our students 24 into 7. So very, very valid points there. And thank you so much. So now I'll invite Nirupama ma'am as our next panel speaker, who is an experienced teacher. She's a PGT Maths from New Greenfield School, New Delhi, and she's also a master trainer with CBSE, and she's also a Google Educator Group leader in Darjeeling. So she's already a established resource person. So Nirupama ma'am, I'll invite you to give some tips to our educators on the success story that you had.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, all the panelists, and special thanks and my deepest gratitude to All India Educators Forum. And again, like every time, I'm very, very thankful to Matthew sir, and I believe he is an educator in true sense, true spirit. Yeah. So again, hello everyone, those who are watching us on YouTube channel, and good evening. I'm Nirupama Mahapatra Das. I'm a mathematics teacher, and I'm teacher by choice, having teaching experience of almost 30 years. I'm working, as sir had already introduced me, PGT Mathematics in New Greenfield School, Saket. I'm a passionate teacher, passionate about my profession, my subject, and learning new techniques and tools. And I'm a Google certified educator level 2, and going to be a trainer very soon. And in the process of becoming a trainer, and my almost 30 years of teaching career, I have nurtured thousands of students, and some of them may be very, very passionate about mathematics. For some, mathematics may be you can say, nightmare. Embracing all kinds of students, believing in their potential, not being judgmental. I try to do justice to my profession. Every child is genius in something. May not be in maths, but in something the child is genius. So I believe in that. So that is the reason I support each and every child unconditionally. My phone line is open till 12 o'clock night, and my mail ID, everything. I'm available when it was offline class till 3 o'clock. I used to be, even after school hours, I used to stay back. In any sense, whatever support my students require, I'm always ready for them. And in online also, whenever they have lots of doubts, again, coming to, a video conference, we can sit together. It may be 9:30 night, 10 o'clock, no problem. And the reward came for me in 2015, when one of my students became All India toppers in 12th standard. And the best part, she was, unlike many students, she was not having any tuitions. So it means scoring 100%. When the media was asking her, how come you scored 100 in maths? So her answer was, my teacher always emphasizes on concepts. So that is the reason, I could score, because 2015, the question paper seemingly very tough as per media and students. So that I feel it's one of the rewards for me as a teacher. And many of my students are very successful, and many students even scoring double digit number. It was really very difficult, and my bond with them was equally stronger, and lots of counseling sessions, and making up, you can say, good rapport with my students. So basically, how to come out of maths phobia. I try to instill confidence in them, prepare specific study materials for them, arrange remedial classes after and before school hours. So basically, it was during the physical classes, offline classes. And some of my teaching strategies, just in concrete, I just want to share. So last 2 years now, when physical classes are off, and we are in online mode and blended teaching. So in fact, online teaching was one of my greatest dreams. I think this pandemic gave me that opportunity. And I was always passionate about technology, using technology in mathematics. So during these 2 years, I really could take the chance of learning and implementing everything. So first, my strategy, so teaching methods, since many years we have been teaching, we know the subject, the syllabus, everything, right? But still, like since we are teaching 21st century learners, we really have to a bit smarter. It means just to keep, cope up with the current trend, competency-based learning. So we really have to, little bit more, you can say, becoming more, every time we have to learn something, right? So first, my strategy, what I apply in my classroom, respecting each and every child of the class. My respect for them helps me to win trust. So once the trust is built, I think learning becomes easier. My teaching methodologies are based on coverage of core concepts, visualization of concepts wherever it is possible. For example, whenever I teach three-dimensional geometry, I use GeoGebra. That is one of the dynamic softwares which really helps students to visualize planes, and lines in space, everything. Similarly, whenever I use in class 11 trigonometry, so trigonometry, the pre-concept notion, the children feel that's very difficult. And last year I have, the role play of like Trigotai. My students have prepared a skit like Trigotai. It was really very, very interesting and appreciated by everyone in the school. And with Trigotai, the way they presented and how the real life situation trigonometry can be used. And I also prepared one podcast on trigonometry relating the daily uses of trigonometry. Specifically whenever we are teaching periodic function, so how like breathing cycle. So that helps us to understand periodicity of any function, and of course trigonometric functions. And in various situations, specifically, I just try to relate mathematics with real life situations, mathematics with art, mathematics with physics, mathematics with economics, etc. And also during this online teaching, how to visualize concepts, graphical uses, and I'm very fond of the topic function. I feel the function chapter means if you want to see mathematics, you really should know function chapter very well. It means how to visualize any function graphically. And this online teaching really a great opportunity for me to explore new technology to make my teaching more student friendly, because now we are emphasizing on competency-based learning, and this national education policy also emphasizes that. So technology, using technology in mathematics really helped me, how the students can visualize the concept, they can work collaboratively. And very recently in one of the project I've given to my students, they really came off in a very beautiful way. Their presentation, I can say it was better than mine. So using GeoGebra, using many presentation tools, they really had done a great job. Okay, so so basically, so like suppose for example number system, teaching number system. So like starting from natural number till complex number. Like class 11 students, they really presented a beautiful skit in school assembly. So it was basically recap of the whole number system, how to combine it and in dramatic form. So I believe in creativity in mathematics, and using technology really helps students to love mathematics. So even if it's not about scoring 100, scoring 90. So basically how to visualize various uses of mathematics in various fields. In conclusion, I would like to say we need to break the stereotypes. Okay, because as classroom teacher, like how many years we have been teaching doesn't matter. But every year, every time we have to learn something. Breaking the stereotypes, and we need to add freshness in our teaching methodology. It doesn't matter, how much we know, how many years, since how many years we have been teaching. So every year we are getting different students, the perception is very different, and we really have to respect individuality of each child. Okay, so accordingly teaching methods also can be different. Okay, and yeah, so basically as a teacher, I am also a lifelong learner, and I believe in learning never stops. Keep on learning and keep on shining, and so that no, you really can update yourself and to really give something great to your students. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. As they say, stay hungry, stay foolish, always hunger for more and always remain foolish so that we can learn. Absolutely. So thank you. Thank you, Nirba ma'am, for sharing especially the maths works that you have done. And next on the list of panels, we have Parvez ma'am, but I think she has lost her connection. So we'll get back to her. So I'll invite Preeti ma'am, Preeti Prabhas ma'am, who's TGT English, and joining us from Bhavans Munshi Vidyashram, Tiruvangalam. So it's over to you, Preeti ma'am.
Namaste and a pleasant good evening to all the esteemed educators, distinguished panelists and viewers. And thanks from the depth of my heart to the most respectable mentor, our Matthew sir, who has been guiding and motivating us all through these difficult times. Thank you, sir. I'm Preeti Prabhas, a passionate teacher of English. To speak impressively and to communicate effectively, we need to have command over the language. Children learn their mother tongue effortlessly, and the reason is simple. They hear the language from the time they start developing in their mother's womb. There's an incident in Mahabharata which tells us that Abhimanyu learned the tricks and the strategies to enter the Chakravyuha through Krishna, who was actually telling this to his sister when she had Abhimanyu in her womb. And Abhimanyu utilized these strategies in his lifetime, practically. And that's how listening is important. When it comes to learning English, we have to make deliberate efforts to learn and use it accurately, fluently, and expressively. The more we listen to the language, the easier it becomes for us to learn. The best time to learn a new language is when a child is below 10 years of age. Listening to native speakers is one way of learning. On the other hand, quality content like news bulletins, documentaries, interviews, animations are very interesting techniques through which students grasp the accent, the vocabulary, and correct usage. Listening is a time-tested method which has worked wonders for me. I have been a teacher for more than 2 decades, interacting with students of various age groups from primary to higher secondary and beyond. It's rightly said, English is to be caught and not to be taught. Learning becomes easier if the topic holds interest for the students. Primary and the middle school children love speaking. So while taking a lesson, I share some of my personal experiences related to the topic. Once I shared that I went to an apple vendor and I was in a hurry. I was not able to pay the money and I had to leave because the vehicle by which I had to go arrived. But the next day itself, I went and gave the money to the vendor. After this, something else happened in my life, that I lost something precious, but someone else returned it to me. When I asked my students, What do you think? What did you learn from this? They told me honesty is important. And they also told that how important it is to understand others' feelings. So that's how we learn through different incidents in our, when we share such incidents with the students, students are also encouraged to share some of their experiences, and gradually the class becomes very vibrant and they share the experiences and learn from each other. And learning becomes easier as speaking and more speaking happens. When in an English class, just English is being used as a single language, then gradually English seeps into their minds and they become expressive speakers. At the secondary and higher secondary level, what I have noticed is that children love to participate in group discussions and debates. Children themselves love to be the persons giving feedback, moderators, and here the teacher stays with them as a facilitator, guiding them throughout the activity. There are many other instances wherein children take interest in being a character, the lesson which they have dealt with. If they are asked to take sides with the character, they get involved with the character and they start explaining why a character did a specific act, and thus a debate or a kind of discussion starts off in the class, which actually makes learning of the concept easier. Such listening and speaking activities help students to communicate in English with ease. Thank you, sir, and thank you to all my panelists and all the viewers.
Thank you, Preeti ma'am. Wonderful sharing. And I'm getting some great responses that about the listening part. I mean, very few of us are good listeners. Everybody wants to talk. So what happens in a gathering is when multiple people start talking, there are few listeners. So it's great to be listeners. And as Shamala ma'am said, that's why God has given us one mouth and 2 ears. Absolutely right. Thank you, Shamala ma'am, for constantly sharing your inputs through the chat. And thank you, Preeti ma'am, for your input on that. So we proceed with the panel discussion, and I think Parvez ma'am has joined, so I will just try to put her on stream if possible. Still, I think there is some issue with her stream. It is not coming out. So I'll just wait till things settle down. She's there in the meeting, but at the same time, I think connection is weak. So what happens is that sometimes because it's a video and audio together has to be done on StreamYard. So anyway, we'll keep our listeners updated on the situation, and I'll proceed further, and I'll invite Prerna Verma ma'am, who's already there with us. She is a pre-primary mentor and a storyteller and a Phoenix trainer. So I'll welcome Prerna ma'am to start her session and share her experiences. Parvez ma'am, we'll come back to you. Prerna ma'am, you can start.
Thank you, Matthew, sir. Thank you, AIF, for this wonderful platform. Hello, everyone. I've been hearing so many amazing experiences. It was really great. I've been a pre-primary mentor for last 15 years, and as I understand, teaching methodology are some practices, combination of some practices and principles used by us to make the teaching learning process very effective for our students. As educators, our aim is not just limited to impart the subject matter. We speak about holistic development and we aim for it. So we try to focus on different aspects of their personality as well. As a pre-primary teacher, I think we need to first address and nurture their behavior, their confidence, aptitude, their attitude, physical strength, emotional aspect, etc. Working with the progressive school for 7 years brought a change and a growth in my mind towards the role of a teacher. I turned into a mentor and started thinking and planning that way. I would love to share some of the fun and successful methods which worked wonders for my children back then. I'm talking about like 2010 to 2016. Yeah. So focusing importantly on emotional aspect, I think all children want is to be heard, understood, and acknowledged for their little but important emotions. So we introduced emotion chart to them. So where, as per our feeling, that day we had to place a happy, sad, excited, or angry puppet into our respective pouches. Then addressing the reason behind every emotion every day during the circle time, we were able to experience some very beautiful emotions and incidences. Secondly, working on a method that we planned was we introduced planning the day together. So the concept of planning the day together helped us. Every morning, children actively participated in deciding what will be the plan of the day, as in what all work and what all activities we want to achieve. Then, at the end of the day, we used to go and check if we were able to achieve our goal. If yes, then wow, it was a star day. We started connecting this with English phonics, maths concepts, life skills while doing so. This concept gave them a lot of confidence and ownership. It brought that extra excitement and motivation for them to finish their work and activities on time and properly. There's another one that became quite a hit amongst my children was body orchestra. Yes, as the name suggests, body orchestra is creating music and rhythm using our body by doing different actions or sounds. For example, my class of 20 was divided in 5 groups of 4 children each. Every group decided their own action or a sound. For example, clapping, clicking, tapping, saying ho, ha, even harippa. So every group was named on the basis of numbers, colors, shapes, etc. Then I would start and I would call out each group name, and they had to do their selected action or the sound. Slowly, it started creating a rhythm, and children used to enjoy that a lot. Bringing a variation to it, we also started doing skip counting of 2, 5, 10. So this brought really monotony of the subject. And coming to another one that is coming to my mind is making silver foil jewelry. Yeah, well, to be honest, this idea was inspired by a student of mine during her free playtime. But then taking this idea ahead, we used it to do the closure of a theme. Girls prepared jewelry with their everyday collected used silver foil, and they made rings, bracelets, necklaces, tiaras, mang tikas. And boys also made rings with this. They also made belts and their ties with the newspaper, which they decorated themselves with the help of shapes, patterns, and different art forms. And on the final day, children walked the ramp in pairs and nailed it with their attitude. That proud feeling of achievement brought glow on their faces. It was the cutest fashion show that we had. We feel that stories have always been an integral part of, I think, pre-primary, even primary sections, even for us, I think, grown-ups. But so taking stories ahead, we used to do a lot of rangometry stories. These rangometry is a kit which has 8 different shapes. So we used to make something with these shapes like house, car, ice cream cone, bird, sun. Then we used to weave a story around these pictures. After this, I used to guide them to draw this story on a piece of paper. and label it while writing with by writing the words with the help of phonic sounds. Then these made stories were later displayed on the class library stands for everyone to read. The next is that working on the lines of experiential learning and integrated learning, especially for the pre-primary group. I used to create my teaching aids, with my children. This using teaching aids and my classboards with the children. This process brought a lot of belongingness in them, and they paid more attention to their class environment. Even they created the sound cards or the word cards, and they used to use them really well even in their free play time, and they didn't know that they're learning the words or they're learning about the numbers. Then I think the most important the successful method that we have seen over these years is projects, learning through projects. So our every theme used to have various projects. It has been an integral part of all our themes. These projects were designed keeping experiential learning and integrated learning in our mind. While working on these projects, children worked in groups and individually as well. We've done various different projects like volcano model, miniature hibernations, I think kitchen garden, even creating a pond inside a school. So, and for example, children have always been part of all the stages in these projects. For example, collecting mud, giving it shape, sowing seeds, harvesting, doing all kind of mason work as well, seeking permission from the principal. And I think being part of each and every minute step of the project made children have better understanding of the concept through experiential learning and gave them a lifelong learning experience, which I think they would retain. This I got to know when I got to meet a student of mine couple of years back. She was 3 when she joined me in nursery, and when I got connected to her again, she was 14 years old, and she was able to recall these projects which we did. So that actually told me that what we did was successful, and because it left a mark on my children's heart. So over the years, I have seen that children learn a lot outside the books also, and especially when we trust them and let them learn by doing themselves. So hands-on experience we say, or learn by doing we say, I think this has worked wonders for me with my pre-primary kids. So to conclude, I think also I would really like to thank AIF for this platform. Matthew sir, for your mentorship actually. Thank you so very much, everyone.
Thank you, Prerna ma'am, for the sharing. And as a pre-primary educator, that's the need of the hour, because the NEP is focusing so much on pre-primary, which was the neglected part of our education. Everybody just used to bother about only class 10 and 12 results. And what happened to the foundation? Nobody is bothered. And I'm glad that, educators like you have done innovative methods, and children are remembering those things which you did in at their primary levels, and then they come back to you, you feel happy, because everybody just thanks their senior school teacher. They forget what has happened in the past. So this is something very beautiful that you shared. I think our primary teachers are the most important part of our school system, and we need to give them more importance. And I'm sure when the NEP comes, they will get their due credit, which was not given till now. So thank you, Prerna, for the amazing sharing and the amazing experiences that you actually showed what your students did. Thank you. So I'll move on to our next speaker, who is Rama ma'am. She is, one second, I think. Are you there, ma'am? Okay, so we'll come back to her. I will just invite our next speaker. So no problem if some of are not able to join right now. We'll be giving a chance later. So I will be inviting Shubha Mukherjee ma'am. She is already there. Shubha ma'am, I think you can go ahead. You can unmute and speak.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Tell me and I forget. Involve me and I remember. These words are spoken by Benjamin Franklin. They are still applicable even in the 22nd century. Being the last, though my name was I was the last participant in the row, but so far I was listening to all the participants, and I must say that I heard some of the wonderful ideas which I would definitely be implementing to make my classroom teaching innovative, informative, and interesting. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Matthew sir for mentoring and giving me this opportunity to relate my experiences of teaching methodologies which I have effectively been using in my class. I am an English educator, teaching senior classes for more than 2 decades. And our senior students like to be treated as adults, and therefore, most of the time, my class is student centric. I'm very proud to say that. Besides that, I strongly believe that we language teachers get plethora of options to choose from. For us, sky is the limit. I hope many of you will agree to that. Let me share my experience where using the methodology of flipped classroom, a chapter was taken up, which students enjoyed doing and gave their 100% to it. Normally, I have experienced this thing. I don't know whether you have noticed this thing or not. Like the lengthy chapters become dull and monotonous, and students lose their interest easily. But if they could be actively involved, they take interest and comprehend better. So my students were given 2 days time to prepare, as I have noticed that when too many days are given, they start losing their focus. All of them took part in this activity enthusiastically and made it creative and interactive. They worked in collaboration in online discussions, carried out research of facts, and played the assigned role very responsibly. They were guided and advised whenever they asked for, as the teacher remained a mere facilitator. On the appointed day, all the groups were sent to the breakout rooms. Now, I have also learned to use this technology for my own benefit and to make the classroom interactive and interesting. So they were sent to the breakout rooms for 10 minutes to finalize and get ready to present their part. After 10 minutes, they all rejoined to enact their responsibilities. From reading the chapter to explaining and talking about the setting of the story to literary devices and the characters, everything was taken up by them. Group had an group had an editor also to note down the value points for future reference. At the end, assessor checked the understanding of the audience by asking short questions. The title with which each member presented his part was picked up by them only. Even they pinned up some of the interesting badges too to describe their roles. I have just taken down some printout. I don't know whether it is visible to everyone or not. These are some of the badges, like this is a reader's badge or this is editor's badge. They pinned up on their uniform to make it more interesting. Right. In fact, they were very creative by taking down these characters and the badges. They analyzed, evaluated, and understood the content well to share it with the class. Throughout, they remain actively involved in knowledge acquisition, and even the session ended up with an animated and fruitful discussion. The second activity that I would like to share could fall under experiential learning, where students of class 11th were asked to make a documentary film based on the chapter Discovering Tut. I could see many of the English teachers are there. They could understand that this chapter was all about Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. This too was a group activity as students feel comfortable when working in a group. Although it has its own challenges because sometimes they find it difficult to communicate or to bring all the students on one platform. But it has always worked well with students who are introvert or those who work better when they are guided in such group activities. And during the lockdown period, when we struggled through various applications, at that time, these learners mastered these applications. For the activity, they searched for applications where they could create their documentary. They went through various sites to collect the requisite content, and each child presented his or her part with full enthusiasm. Students brought much novelty by adding frills to their content. As this chapter is based on the historical facts, therefore, activity like this help them retain the information given in the chapter. Groups came up with their creativity, research, coordination, articulation, and with lots of confidence. Plays are the best when they are enacted. And in the process of learning the dialogues, they comprehend them well and remember it forever. Even it helps them enter into the character. My students enacted Julius Caesar, Christmas Carol, and Mother's Day quite successfully, even which was appreciated and enacted again and again on various occasions also. And till date, they enthusiastically discuss about it. There are various methods that could be adopted by the teacher to impart her lessons in the most effective manner. There can't be one particular method for all the lessons. Class discussions, debates, and speeches, panel discussions, story narrations are some of them where students are actively involved. Even various applications such as quizzes, Padlet, whiteboard are used to make classroom teaching interactive, effective, and interesting. So these are the methods that I am using to make my classroom interesting. Thank you, Methu sir, once again for giving me chance to share my experiences with the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubha
Thank you,
ma'am, for
sir.
that share. And we have Rama ma'am there. I think you had lost connection in between. And in the chat,
Yes.
somebody was trying to help me out, saying that your computer hung or something like that. So the whole world knows now where you are, right? I could easily make out, right? So thank you once again, Shubha ma'am, for sharing your experience and
Thank you,
your
sir.
expertise with our audience. And I'm sure that those who could not join today, this recording will always be available, because there are lots of chats there that this recording will be available later or not. So just for the information of all those who are watching this program, this will stay on the channel forever. So whenever you want to replay it, please do, and look for the methodologies that our educators shared today. Thank you once again.
Thank you,
So
sir.
I'll invite Rama ma'am. Now she is, before her connection goes, you are joining from Dubai.
Definitely.
She's joining from Dubai, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that's why probably it's a long. That's why I said the
Long
world is
distance.
very small. So great to have you. And Ramam
Thank
Shankar ma'am is an internationally certified career coach, and I said she's joining us from Dubai. So I'm sure with her international experience, it will be most of the problems are same, I know, for kids, but I think
Exactly.
the approach is different. So let's hear it from Rama ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Matthew, co panelist, and all you wonderful people out here patiently listening to us for the past 2.5 hours like students in class. I believe we are all here in this forum for a reason. As one of our panelists earlier mentioned, teaching is a calling. And I feel, in a small way, we are all angels guiding our little flocks from darkness to light. So, when teachers and educators come together on a forum like this to share knowledge and experience, it allows us to build meaningful relationships with one another and a sense of being part of something bigger. Now, this sense of belonging can positively affect school culture, which, of course, directly affects student learning, increased time, and efficiency. Hi, I'm Rama Shankar. Started my professional journey as a school teacher to being an internationally certified career counselor, guiding students from confusion to clarity in choosing the right career path. Now, today, I think being in the space of education itself is one of the most satisfying jobs in the world. Now, the reason being, we get to work with young minds, people who are lively, energetic, fun loving, creative, and like Kavita Giridhar said, we get a lot to learn from them every single day. And they happen to be in the age group of 6 to 18. Now, they also keep us young at heart and mind, and when we are among them, we forget all our worries. Today, I would like to share my experience on one specific teaching methodology amongst a whole gamut of methods that really worked wonders with very little effort from my side. Now, way back, I was handling the geography class of grade 2, where I had to make children know all important details of all the states of India. But for the upcoming exam, I could choose any of the 5 states of India. So, what I did is I decided to make the class interesting and student centric and drive it through a method called visualization, which all of us are familiar with, but rarely use it very effectively. Now, in my previous geography class, I had already taken them through a huge map of India and given them an individual map whereby they would go, I told them they would go on a trip from Chennai to Delhi using the shortest route. Now, they were given post it notes and they had to post it on their individual maps, the route we would be taking in the subsequent class. So, having done that, in order to create some enthusiasm and curiosity, I said, children, the next class is going to be a geo power trip to Delhi. And the bell rang. So they were all excited for the next class to start. And the next class was, the first session was mine. The school bell rang, and all the children ran into the classroom. They were very excited, and they all sat in their places. They said, ma'am, I'm ready for this geo power trip. I said, okay, now all of you close your eyes. And all of them very obediently closed their eyes. I said, now we are going on a road trip from Tamil Nadu to Delhi. Now they already had known the route, so they could visualize, that we were in Tamil Nadu. Now I said, now where are we? They said, ma'am, we are in Chennai. I said, good. How is the weather like? They said, it's hot, ma'am. Then I said, what do you hear them speak? They said, Tamil. I said, what is the capital of Tamil Nadu? They said, Chennai. I said, wow, okay, let's move on. Where are we going next? They said, Andhra. I said, okay. So I said, how is the weather like? They said, same only, ma'am. It's hot only. I said, okay. Do you see them speaking any different language? They said, yes. They speak Telugu, ma'am. I said, okay. What is the capital? They said, Hyderabad. So at that time, it was Hyderabad. And then we moved on to Maharashtra, Nagpur. And then I said, how is the climate in Maharashtra? They said, ma'am, it's raining so heavily. I said, oh, wow, that must be monsoon time. And then they said, we moved to Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh, and then to Jhansi, to Agra, and finally reached the destination, Delhi. Now, having passed through the 5 states to reach Delhi, I gave them an assignment and divided them into 5 groups. And their homework was to come up with all relevant information assigned to them with that particular state. And believe me, it was amazing in the next class. The group that came with Tamil Nadu, a girl had dressed up as a Bharatanatyam dancer. Another child in a group had brought idli, dosa, vada, sambar, And then the Andhra group had brought a lot of spices, a lot of spicy powders. One had dressed up like a kuchipudi dancer. And then the team from Nagpur had a big basket of oranges. They had their, favorite tiffin called poha. I mean, it was amazing and mind-boggling to see their presentations in the subsequent geography class. Now, what I would like to convey is visualization as a technique, has proven that when we integrate this into our everyday teaching, it improves reading comprehension, understanding, and memory retention. It also enhances the use of our five senses and effectively focuses them inwards, doing mind mapping. Now, it also develops a lot of different cognitive abilities that lead to critical thinking, using associations and inferences. Because nowadays, children are bombarded with a lot of visual images from the television, of video games. So, this actually inhibits development of verbal skills, and they view reading as a passive activity. So, very often we find children these days don't pick up a storybook to read. So, to develop this, visualization is a very great technique. But with this simple technique, it can transform all the students of all ages from passive to active readers. So, in my opinion, if we can adapt this teaching methodology to suit the learning style, the visual, auditory, kinesthetic style of students, our job as teachers and educators is very easy, and they learn for life. Now, one of our earlier panelists, Hema, had mentioned lecturing doesn't inspire students. We as adults get bored when we look at, when we listen to lectures. So, student inclusion is the most important part of classroom teaching. So, we need to design curriculum to engage students, and when you engage them, they learn for life. So, to conclude, real learning occurs when you immerse the learner in a situation, allow them to perform, and then give the feedback to change certain things or adjust a few things. So, this kind of learning is always permanent. And our job as educators is to provide, to create this learning environment, which is a lot more fun way of learning, irrespective of the age we teach and the modality we will be teaching. Now, as Benjamin Franklin said, tell me and I forget. Teach me and I will remember. Involve me and I will learn. And I think we should make a paradigm shift from being just a teacher and move into being an educator. So, making this as our ikigai, who not only teaches but inspires others, leaving a lasting impression. Remember, to the world, you may just be a teacher, but to the students, you are the world. So, with this, I would like to thank the forum, people who are listening, my panelists. I would like to thank technology and the pandemic for this virtual opportunity to meet you all in one platform. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama ma'am, for sharing that. And I think career counseling is the need of the hour. A lot of students are still stuck in that old time warp of engineering, medicine, and all that stuff.
Yes,
when there are so
you're
many
right.
opportunities. And I'm sure
Yes.
that you're going to do some good sessions for our kids, our parents, and educators, so that they get
Definitely.
awareness about this. That is very important.
Yes.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
beautiful
Thank
sharing, well summarized, and great appreciation from our people who are listening, educators who are listening. Thank you so much. Now I'll invite Ronila Singh ma'am. I think Ranjana ma'am is still having some problems, so I'll ask Ronila Singh ma'am to unmute herself, and she's a TGT English, and she's joining us from Noida. So Ronila Singh ma'am, you can start your session. Ma'am, you can just unmute yourself. Yes, ma'am. Now it's okay.
Yeah, very good evening to one and all. And I'm really delighted. I've been here for about 45 minutes or so, and I've enjoyed each and every snapshot, every bit that has happened. It looks like I've just started learning, not that I've been a constant thing. It's like a roller coaster ride, in fact. Wonderful. So I'm here to, of course, share my experiences and things that have worked for me. And I'll take you back around 10 years back. So, years back, before I was a TGT, and I was with the primary section, and I was assigned on a particular day to take up a class of English with class 5. You know, those were the days when the companies wanted to, they would come and offer to take class observations, and they would suggest alternative, methodologies, and they would suggest little bits, after certain, I would say, gradings. So, needless to say, we were well prepared and also eager to take up the task. So now the observer, was to be accompanied by our HOD and another TGT. So since it was one of my regular classes, I was very confident that things would move more or less very smoothly. And if there are some English teachers, they are not English teachers, but I would say if there are some avid readers here, along with whatever SST teachers and English teachers here, I think you must have recalled a lesson on the Montgomery bus boycott by Rosa Parks. And it's one of the most famous moments in modern American civil rights history. So I entered, class started, my guests were in place, and somewhere along the way, a child stood up to ask me about racial segregation. It was a simple concept, but because this entire lesson was related to South Africa, I wanted to take it a step further and to draw a parallel between the Indian freedom movement and the South African one. It was understood that apartheid was obviously a new term for those little babies. And I was distinctly aware that my lesson plan was a far cry from what was physically taking place. I knew that I should steer it on course, but perhaps the teacher in me told me that if I did not clear their concept now, it would remain. So it took me time to clear out, and on the board I wrote racism, racial segregation, and then apartheid. Now this, my friends, was the biggest insight. The high you get when each face smiled, because there was an integration of two subjects, social science and English, because the word apartheid is only and only associated with South Africa. So I threw all caution out the window that day, but for years till date, I remember that very important self-experienced tip: clear the concept before proceeding. Little things matter. My mentors were somehow very happy, and in fact, I received appreciation for the same. Things I learned, like Mansa ma'am said, that shortcuts always lead to disaster. And I often think, that I really, if that day, what if I had done something else? Maybe my kids would have been left confused, you know. And things that I have learned constantly and things which come popping up in class each time are that, go with your instinct. At times, the child is not waiting for your plan because he or she has something to ask, and you have to spot it out at times. It's your instinct which helps you. You can see that face which is there confused on the second row, the third row, somewhere you can make out. So please ask them. No question is really stupid. And always clear the concept. It helped me from then onwards. The difference, between words like courage, bravery, crushed, pressed, love, to adore, the line is very thin. That line is very thin. In fact, it was a revelation. And on a suggestion, math class was held before English, and at times English before SST. So converting paragraphs like we did from Hindi to English and vice versa. You see, when the question isn't understood, then how do you expect the child to solve it? It works wonders. Just the initial 5 minutes taken up to explain a maths problem or a terminology in bio, where it comes from. Because I think most of these roots occur, somewhere from English or Latin, and it really helps those children to understand and to learn it better. So integrated learning is going nowhere. It is always going to be a very important part of education. And the students were so intrigued that day that, they started reading up. So it added to my reading value as well in my class on World War One, on 1857, Nelson Mandela, things like that. And fourthly, and the most important, brainstorming. that class suddenly changed. The energy had changed that day, and I went with my own instinct. So that class became fireworks because 70% of that intel came from those little ones. They put lots of facts, history words, leaders' names together. So I had neatly used this very method, and I have been using it to introduce a class, sometimes to just add some color to a dull lesson. And even when I reach unprepared for a class, because it involves everyone, it involves everybody. And I've heavily depended on these four things. And though it costs precious time, but it's very important to see what and how they learn rather than how much have they crammed. And it's something like what Henry Ford said, what if I hadn't, what if I had not invented this? It's something like if Mr. Matthews, what if he had not invented this platform? So there's, the sky is the limit. And by sharing this, I really hope to reach out to fellow teachers because it's a constant reminder that sometimes we lose the entire thread of the lesson just because we don't pay enough attention, to a quick recap of basic terms. And I found that this extra time spent once in a while has always been well received, even in my ninth and 10th classes. Mostly, teachers tend to rush through the syllabus, rush through the chapters, but at the end of the day, they are looking for someone who can, remove doubts, those basic terms, and it makes this learning much, much easier. So thank you all for being such patient listeners. Thank you, sir, for letting me relive that classroom history. I look forward to picking up some more precious nuggets from this platform. God bless you all. A very good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. And as we always have a good summarized sentence from Shamla ma'am. She says that if you stay on, journey is always wonderful, exciting with everyone. So very beautifully summarized. Thank you, Shamla ma'am. That is well summarized. Participation, contribution, collaboration, these are the new things. Earlier, what used to happen with educators is, I know this, so I'll not share this because that person is going to become better than me. That was the mentality, right? So now we need to change from that mentality to share our resources, our knowledge, so that everybody grows together. So unless we grow together, we are failing in our education system. So thank you once again on behalf of AIF, and thank you for coming forward and sharing your views. So I'll now invite Rupali ma'am to unmute herself and share her thoughts on the topic that we chose today. Rupali ma'am.
A hearty good evening to all the educators and the viewers. I'm Rupali Bajaj, PGT English from Pinewood School, Saharanpur. Before I start, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Shivani Chakrabarti ma'am, who connected me to Mr. Matthews. And my heartfelt gratitude to Reverend Mr. Matthews as well for his patient teaching, guidance, and constant support throughout the session. It has been an enriching experience indeed. I would also like to thank you for taking us to this platform so that we can share our teaching experiences. Very often we have been asked to do SWOT analysis. So, you know what I find when I analyze myself? My strength is my confidence, but my weakness is technology. The opportunity is to use this content, but my threat is my fear. So I call it rich in my subject, that is English, but poor at computers. Still, I have never let my weakness overcome it, and I'm trying to overcome. So I assure you, Matthew sir, that I won't let you feel down. Coming on to sharing my experience on teaching methodologies that have worked wonders for me, I would start with an adage: make your hobby your profession to be successful in life. And this is what exactly I have done. So for me, being a teacher was by choice and not by chance at all. Teaching has been considered as a noble profession, as it is my passion. And I said it is a noble profession, also considered a white-collar job. Why a noble profession? It is because one teacher creates so many professions. The teacher himself remains a teacher throughout the life, but he
makes a doctor, an engineer, an IS officer, an army personnel, and what not. All this happens in four walls, that is, the classrooms. For me, teaching has always been my passion, and I have always put my heart and soul in it, which has rewarded me in real life by achieving heights. I will not say great heights, as I'm still a learner. And it has also given me self satisfaction. My passion, believe me, it has led me to the path of self contentment, for which we strive whatever comes our way. It does not matter what you teach. I believe it really matters how you teach. As there are three H, the head, heart, and hand. Let me emphasize that any ordinary teacher can put the content in the head of the students, wherein the results are not long lasting, but only the extraordinary ones will touch the hearts of the students. So once you do that, look at the response you get. And I'm sure if you try and make a connect with the child so closely, even the difficult becomes easier. And even the weakest child starts responding, and that's a true wonder. Next is be a role model yourself, be a role model to the students. So be yourself what you want from others, since teachers are the mirror of the society. So you be an ideal to your students and help shape the personalities of the nation. Motivation is another factor. Sometimes I read that appreciation and encouragement, they are like virtual trophies. I hope you all agree with that. So positive remarks always encourage students to do better. Believe me, encouragement will help you reap better results what you do now. Next, always be open to your students. Like I tell them that I am a teacher, it doesn't mean that I know everything. I learned so many things from you. My students, they tell me I have learned so many things from them. As we usually say, child is the father of man. And to be a candid speaker, I would say, I have actually learned so much from my students. I have no shame in saying this. Another example is that I have always kept my class interactive. Even if my students, they are hesitant, I encourage them to speak, no matter if they go wrong, no matter that their sentences are grammatically incorrect. Because being a language teacher, this is what students fear. I make them feel free to take their queries anytime and as much as they can. Once they start taking queries, they, start gaining confidence. And this is how they build up learning. I remember having taught students the topic punctuation in one of my classes. It was, say, grade 8 or grade 9. I was telling my students, punctuation has always been a problem with them. So, how did I teach them that topic? I related that topic to the real life. I connected this topic to the traffic signals, which really helped them learn quickly. As I told them, if you remove these punctuation marks, these words are going to collide. Can you make a sense out of it? Imagine how quickly they had learned the meanings of all those punctuation marks and they really learned it well. Next, Rama ma'am had just talked about technique of visualization. It reminds me, I would not boast about it, but it reminds me of the class taking class 9, wherein there's a poem, The Road Not Taken. Every time I have taught my students this poem, I always ask them to close their eyes and I take them to a journey. I take them to two different tracks. One is the grassy road and the other is the muddy road. I hope the English teachers, they understand it very well. They learned what is the difference between these two roads and what it actually means. So, whether he was a challenging person, Robert Frost, he was an adventurous person wherein he really loved to do something new. And these techniques, they actually help them learn better. Now, my students have seen me exploring new things, and I always tell them what I do. So once I was just emphasizing in my class, telling them the need to enrich their vocabulary. Since I'm a language teacher, so I emphasize on enriching their vocabulary and putting more words in the pockets. So I told them they should read more and more, and then they should learn these words. And of course, the application, the implementation, the usage of these words, it's very important. Now, here I really take pride in sharing one example. One of my students, in a span of just 6 months, just on telling them they should enrich their vocabulary, the boy, he learned the whole dictionary in 6 months' time. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it is actually true. So when I told my principal about it, that the child should be rewarded, I tell you, the child was actually rewarded by the principal. See, it is not easy to get such results, but it happens only when you portray yourself as a learner. So you be a learner yourself and continue the journey of life, because learning never ends. There's no bar to learning. So I always say, till the last breath of my life, I'm going to learn. So that's all. Thank you so much. Have a great time. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Matthews. Back to you, sir. Thank you. Can't
Thank
hear
you
you,
so
sir.
much for the personalized sharing, and I'm sure the people who are listening to us, there is a great appreciation. So I'm not able to put all the comments on the screen, but some really good comments are there. Sudeepa ma'am was getting goosebumps. So that's the biggest compliment that anyone can get. So that's a great compliment for you. And Jaya ma'am says that great relatable examples about punctuations that you gave. So incredible. Clap. So it's all the way. So it's that's so beautiful comments, and I think that what you spoke really touched some of the people, and that's what is important. Thank you
It's
so
my
much once
personal
again.
feeling. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll now invite Shweta Kapoor ma'am, who is joining us from New Delhi, educator, enthusiast, and I'm sure that she has a lot of things to say too. And because these are all experiences which are personalized, so I'm sure that every educator has something to offer. So Shweta ma'am, it's over to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this forum. And I've been listening since almost 1 hour, and I'm just thinking, oh my God, this was my point. That was my point. So I'm just trying to, adapt to this beautiful forum and just trying to see what I can really, bring from my experience here, and to add on to everybody who talked about, student choice and giving integrated learning, some sort of experiential learning platforms to students. I would like to say that back 15 years ago, when I see myself, I think there's a long way that I've come. And I started my journey as a teacher who wanted to talk to students, deliver a lesson, and perhaps, just enjoy with them. So it was, I think, grade 4 when I started. And gradually moving up as an educator and across all grades, and so few things that I think I can really help in the light of the new NEP and this forum for the benefit of all the panelists and the viewers and myself. As ma'am just mentioned that we are learners. I think the best learning that has happened from me has been by being a teacher. So my classrooms were really different, and I had a favorite teacher whom I looked up to because she was there for me throughout. And I thought, okay, if that can be one connection that I have with my teachers, what if students build connections? Yeah, so not only with their teachers, but also with each other. Looking at the new, sustainable development goal and the practices which socio-emotional learning has brought, in my insight, I think that
being in the classroom is empowering, not only myself, but of course to all the parents, to this beautiful community who has given me this privilege to be a teacher to 30 students, 32 students at once in one classroom with that limited time, which I feel um, is so less at times to touch each student individually. So I would just like to say that as a learner, I always believe, as a teacher, I always believe that learning happens in connections. So if connections are there, I think the greatest part is achieved, because we all live and we all want a world where we coexist, harmoniously. While we are developing ourselves, we also take care of our surroundings, of my neighbor, of the world around me. So I think this comes very much lively through the classroom only. That's the mini world students are always a part of. So I feel that as an educator, it's really my biggest endeavor to bring those connections alive and help students experience not only the text that they are reading, but the context that they are living in. It must always be lived through. So that's one thing that I always live on. To give an example, I would say that my lesson always starts with a check-in. So a feeling, how am I feeling right now? So if I'm feeling nervous, if I'm feeling bored, or is there something exciting that has happened to me? So in addition to any prior knowledge question, first of all, checking with my feeling, with myself, is extremely important as a learner, especially in this COVID time, that the situation that we are in. It's highly important to be connected with my feeling. And then of course a connection with my teacher, with my fellow learners, always helps, in a way that I am ready to learn, and there is an intention that I'm setting, that I'm here devoting my time with my teacher, with my classroom, and here to invest this energy and time here. So that sets the ground for us to proceed to learning. So next, I'm just giving a little structure to the classroom. I think that really helps me plan my lessons well. So we start with the check-in, then we move on to the concept that we are here to explore today. So all right, what are we going to learn? So then I often ask my students, you tell me what we want to learn today. So then they come up with so many current themes and topics, and they try to say, ma'am, you're asking us because you're going to teach this one of the concepts here. And somehow seamlessly things just come to the fore, and students understand, all right, today we are going to talk about a chapter or something like the last leaf. I'm just taking an example from grade 9 textbook by O. Henry. This lovely story, I just love it so much. When I read it and when I'm teaching it here, there is a beautiful journey. So we start, okay, that's there. Let's look at the title. What does it tell you? So then the students would share, okay, the last leaf, it could be the leaf which fell last from a tree. It could be a leaf which was, there on the tree, the last, where while all the leaves had the tree had shed leaves. So I say, all right, then what else could this be about? Maybe someone's life, last words. So things like these, some of these questions that are there always help us, proceed with the story. So we go on, we read, and we co-create a learning experience where we say, all right, so we'll each of the we'll work in smaller groups to facilitate connections. I'm saying we work in smaller groups. We have one question or one task assigned to all of us. So we are building, say, for instance, group one is learning about the different characters. Group two is exploring about the setting. Group three is exploring about the main events. And group four is talking about the perspective each of the character has. So the students have their roles, they have their agendas in small breakout rooms. They pick up what they want to discuss after reading the story. So they read the story, they come up with their own, maybe one Google document where they have put their thoughts, or they come up with a slide where they have worked together. So collaboration comes into picture, a lot of discussion comes into picture. And while working in the groups, students are able to really be responsive to each other. So I think responsive classrooms, responsive group settings are highly important to, ensure well-being of each other. So in all my lessons, I'm going to bring out these life skills like for instance, say confidence, say curiosity, say brotherhood, say harmony, say love. So all that comes alive while students are working in the group. And once they are there in the group, they have discussed their stuff, they come back to the main class and they discuss what exactly each one of us. So one group, each group represents a leader. The leader comes into the fore and they share, okay, my group discussed this about the character, the other one talks about the setting. And all these things, when they all come alive, I mean, I feel that I am just here to facilitate this discussion, nothing else. My role is just to be there and ensure that the transitions happen and the students come up with the discussions really effectively, they contribute. So there in the picture comes the voice of the students. They want to share in their own time, and sometimes they don't even want to share, so they have a choice to respond in the chat or on a Padlet whenever we are going to reflect on the lesson. So that's how something, and then of course it continues, the journey is there. Then the recent insight that I got was very, so that we were discussing the theme of this story, same I'm trying to explain it through an example, the last leaf. And a child mentioned, ma'am, sacrifice is the theme that comes here. Sacrifice is one of the prominent theme. This painter sacrifices himself for the sake of this girl. So the other child comes up and says, ma'am, don't you think that John C. was really selfish in thinking like that? Isn't it that the painter had to die, and this character who was so much lost in her own thoughts was not caring about others? What do you have to say, ma'am? So, this involved a lot of questions which I never thought as a reader of the story, or in fact have been teaching it since a long time. It's a very recent example that I'm sharing here with the forum. And it was amazing to make a connection here that while I think about myself or my inspiration, is it necessary that someone has to really, you know, sacrifice their choice or their life or anything that's there? So this way things come alive in the classroom. And I would just like to say that alone I do so little, together with my learners we do so much. And that is, each time they surprise me with all the beautiful questions that they have. So what if this happens, what if that not does not happen? How would the story change? Even with grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, each time each learner has a lot to share and a lot to talk about. So I think I just try to give that space to them and bring that discussion come alive. So with all thing so again going back to the fact that everything is with them. So the true power lies in believing the learners, in facilitating the learning culture in the classroom. And the last one I would like to say is believe that the class is all itself a mini community where the learners come with their joy and with their fears at times. So we just need to address them. That's all I would like to say. Thank you everybody for enriching my journey as an educator, and all my learners, all the parents who trusted, who sort of helped me learn better. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matthew sir, and this lovely
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. And especially when you said the story about the last leaf, in Doordarshan, we used to have these short stories when we were kids, and we used to watch all this, by Somerset Maugham and O. Henry, and you brought those memories back, and they were so beautifully portrayed. I sometimes wonder where are those type of serials now, and as you said, each story is so thought provoking, brings out so many aspects of human emotions. So thank you, Shweta ma'am, for the wonderful share.
Thank you.
I think Ranjana ma'am's network is back, so I'll invite Ranjana ma'am. Ma'am, आप unmute कर सकते हैं. Ranjana Sharma
Yes, sir.
ma'am is, yes. So she's a PGT Hindi from Panchil Public School, New Delhi. So I'll invite her. Ranjana ma'am, आप unmute करके आप शुरू
ओके
कर
सर।
सकते हैं. हाँ जी ma'am.
अखिल भारतीय मंच पर उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित जन एवं मैथ्यू सर को मेरा नमस्कार। शिक्षक चाक और चुनौतियों को सामने करके विद्यार्थी का जीवन बदल देते हैं। जो जीवन में चुनौतियों को लाए उसे कोविड कहते हैं, और जो चुनौतियों को हराए उसे शिक्षक कहते हैं। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आज आप सभी के सामने अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत करती हूँ। जैसा कि आज का विषय है teaching methodology which work wonder. शिक्षण एक त्रिआयामी प्रक्रिया है जिसमें अध्यापक और छात्र पाठ्यक्रम की किसी विषय वस्तु को एक केंद्र बनाकर अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान कर एक विशिष्ट उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति करते हैं। यह प्रक्रिया जितनी अच्छी होगी उतना ही शिक्षण सरल होगा। शिक्षा शास्त्री हार्वर्ड ने भी कहा है कि शिक्षक को हमेशा छात्र की रुचि ध्यान में रखनी चाहिए। पाठ पढ़ाने से पूर्व उसमें पाठ पढ़ने की रुचि पैदा करनी चाहिए जिससे वे पाठ को अच्छी तरह से समझ सके। वैसे भी छात्र उन क्रियाओं में ज्यादा रुचि लेते हैं जो उनके वास्तविक जीवन से संबंधित होती है। कोविड काल में जब ऑनलाइन शिक्षण प्रारंभ हुआ था तो शिक्षण की परंपरागत जो विधि थी उसमें अनेक बदलाव आए। ऑनलाइन शिक्षा जहां शिक्षक वर्ग के लिए एक चुनौती था, वहीं छात्रों के लिए एक समस्या बना हुआ था, क्योंकि कहीं तो नेट की समस्या थी, कहीं ब्लैक बोर्ड की समस्या थी। पर कहा जाता है कि आवश्यकता ही आविष्कार की जननी है। आज ऑनलाइन शिक्षण बहुत सुविधाजनक है। अगर मैं अपनी शिक्षण प्रक्रिया की बात करूं तो छात्रों के किताबी ज्ञान को आज के समय में आधुनिक ज्ञान से जोड़ना चाहिए। जैसे मैं बच्चों को पाठ पढ़ाने के बाद पीपीटी और वीडियो का प्रयोग जरूर करती हूँ, क्योंकि जो है पीपीटी और वीडियो बच्चे बहुत ध्यान से देखते हैं। कक्षा में सभी बच्चे समान नहीं होते। कोई ऐसा होता है कि पाठ पढ़कर सीख लेता है, कोई ऐसा होता है वीडियो देखकर सीखता है, कोई ऐसा होता है ना उसे पाठ पढ़ने में रुचि होती है ना ही उसे कुछ वीडियो देखने में रुचि होती है, तो वो प्रश्नोत्तर याद करने में उसकी रुचि होती है। इसलिए शिक्षण में की एक जैसी प्रक्रिया छात्रों में पढ़ने की रुचि को जागृत नहीं कर सकती। जैसे मैं कक्षा में हमेशा छात्रों को पाठ को अभिनय के माध्यम से पढ़ाती हूँ, या कुछ कुछ ऐसी सिचुएशन दी जानी चाहिए या आधुनिक विषय छात्रों को दिए जाने चाहिए, जैसे सर्वश्रेष्ठ भारत है, योग का महत्व है, शिक्षा का महत्व है, जिस पर छात्र अपनी क्षमता अनुसार बोल सकें। भाषा के विकास के लिए छात्रों को कहानियां, पहेलियां, भाषण, वाद विवाद, समाचार वाचन जैसी अनेक गतिविधियां समय समय पर कराती हूँ। कभी कभी उन्हें समूह में बांटकर अंताक्षरी के माध्यम से विलोम शब्द, पर्यायवाची शब्द, मुहावरे, लोकोक्तियां आदि कराने चाहिए, जिससे कि उनके भाषा शब्द भंडार है उसमें वृद्धि हो। कक्षा में समूह में बांटकर छात्रों को परियोजना कार्य इस कराने से क्या होता है कि छात्र जो है मिलकर कार्य करने को अच्छा समझते हैं और मिलकर सब कार्य करना सीखते हैं। और जो है जूम या एमएस टीम में व्हाइट बोर्ड के माध्यम से चित्र बनाना या व्याकरण के नियमों को समझाना। छात्रों की जब छात्र पढ़ते हैं तो उनके कभी कभी रिकॉर्डिंग करनी चाहिए और फिर उन छात्रों को बताना चाहिए कि उनके उच्चारण में क्या कमी है और क्या ठीक है। बहुत सी एप्स ऐसी हैं जैसे गूगल फॉर्म है, एमएस फॉर्म है, इस पर प्रश्न पत्र बनाकर छात्रों को स्व मूल्यांकन के अवसर भी देना चाहिए। पाठ पढ़ाते पढ़ाते उनसे ऐसे प्रश्न करना चाहिए जिससे ये पता चले कि छात्र सुन रहे हैं कक्षा में या नहीं सुन रहे हैं। कभी कभी अगर मैं जैसे पाठ पढ़ाते पढ़ाते मैं चुप हो जाती हूँ और फिर मैं जो सबसे लास्ट में छात्र होता है उसको उठाकर पूछती हूँ, बेटा मैं क्या कह रही थी? तो अब जो सुन रहे होते हैं वो तुरंत बताते हैं कि आप ये कह रही थी। और चित्र वर्णन के समय छात्रों को चित्र दिखाकर उनसे ज्यादा चित्र के बारे में प्रश्न करना चाहिए। छात्रों के चारों कौशल लिखना, पढ़ना, बोलना, सुनना, ये सभी कौशलों का विकास जो है एक जैसी शिक्षण प्रक्रिया से कभी नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए आवश्यकता अनुसार अपनी शिक्षण प्रक्रिया में परिवर्तन करना चाहिए। अगर मैं दूसरा उदाहरण लूं अपनी शिक्षा का, तो जैसे मैं छात्रों को 12वीं कक्षा में पहलवान की ढोलक पाठ पढ़ाती हूँ। तो पहलवान की ढोलक पाठ पढ़ाने के बाद में उस कहानी के ज्ञान को आज के ज्ञान से जोड़कर मैं पूछती हूँ, बच्चों बताओ क्या ये कहानी आज के समय में सत्य है? फिर बच्चे अपने अपने हिसाब से उसको बताते हैं। तो मैं उन्हें बात में बताती हूँ कि हाँ, ये कहानी आज के समय में भी सत्य है, क्योंकि उस समय उस कहानी में ये दिखाया गया था कि हैजा और महामारी के समय पहलवान जब ढोलक बजाता था तो उसकी ढोलक की आवाज जो है लोगों के जीवन में एक उत्साह का संचार करती थी। और आज के समय कोविड-19 के समय सरकार है, मीडिया है, बाकी सारे लोग जो है हमें जो है कोविड से बचने के लिए जागरूक कर रहे हैं। तो ये कहानी आज के समय में भी सत्य है। और इसके अलावा चाहे ऑनलाइन शिक्षण हो, चाहे ऑफलाइन शिक्षण हो, कक्षा में छात्रों को प्रेरित अवश्य करना चाहिए। कक्षा में छात्रों को प्रेरित करने से उनकी कार्य क्षमता बढ़ जाती है। इसमें अगर मैं शायद एक उदाहरण के माध्यम से बताना चाहूँ, जैसे रामायण के एक प्रसंग में जब हनुमान जी अपनी शक्तियों को भूल गए थे और ये प्रश्न बार-बार हो रहा था कि समुद्र को कौन लांघे? तो ऐसे समय में जामवंत ने हनुमान जी को उनकी शक्तियों के बारे में बताया कि तुम में असीम शक्तियां हैं, और उन्हें जब प्रेरित किया तो उनकी प्रेरणा से ही वो समुद्र को लांघ गए। तो इसलिए छात्रों को भी समय समय पर प्रेरित करना चाहिए। इसके अलावा अगर मैं पाठ जब समाप्त हो जाता है तो मैं क्या करती हूँ कि छात्रों को ना एज ए टीचर बना देती हूँ। किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, फिर जो है कोई छात्र जो है आंसर देगा, कौन सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा एक्सप्लेन करेगा। तो इस तरह से इस प्रक्रिया में छात्रों को साथ के साथ अंक भी प्रदान किए जाते हैं, और छात्रों को एज ए टीचर बन के एक्सप्लेन करना अपना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, क्योंकि उस समय वो अपना 100% मेहनत के साथ जो है विद्यार्थियों को देते हैं। इसी के साथ मैं शायद अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। थैंक यू मैथ्यू सर व पैनलिस्ट को मैं धन्यवाद देती हूँ, जिसके कारण मैं आज अपने विचारों को यहाँ इस मंच पर प्रस्तुत कर सकी। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू रंजना मैम, और बहुत अच्छे कमेंट्स आए हैं। और जया मैम ने बोला है कि आपने खेल खेल में ही व्याकरण को इतना सरल बना दिया, अभिनय से अभिव्यक्ति अपने आप में एक प्रेरणा है। सो जया मैम, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कंग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर यूजिंग सच प्योर हिंदी, एंड सेकेंडली रंजना मैम इज इंस्पायरिंग सो मेनी पीपल टू स्पीक एंड कम्युनिकेट इन सच गुड हिंदी, सो थैंक यू। और संध्या पांडे मैम है, वो बोल रहे हैं विविध प्रकार की गतिविधियों का अच्छा विवरण किया आपने रंजना मैडम, और बहुत अच्छा आपको कमेंट्स मिल रहे हैं, सो थैंक यू फॉर द शेयर। और नाउ आई विल इनवाइट स्मिता मैम।
थैंक यू सर।
स्मिता मैम इज देयर?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Smita ma'am, she is a PGT MAPS and she is joining us from Kollam St. Thomas Residential School. Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Matthew, sir, panelists, all educators, and all viewers. Let me start by the famous quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Teaching is a very noble profession that shapes the character, caliber, and future of an individual. If the people remember me as a good teacher, that will be the biggest honor for me. And also, Kalamji added, all of us do not have equal talent, but all of us have equal opportunity to develop our talent. Thank you, Dr. Deepa Chandran, my mentor, and Matthew K. Thomas, sir, AIF founder, giving us this opportunity to develop our talents. And special thanks to Mrs. Annie Jacob, who introduced AIF to me. Something entirely different I would like to express today. 2 teaching methodologies which we tried in our school, and all the teachers from kindergarten to grade 12 teachers, they tried, practiced in our school. And first is the whiteboard, and this is a free interactive online whiteboard for teachers and students to collaborate in a digital classroom and serve them, engage them, collaborate. It is easy to observe all of our students' individual online whiteboards in a real time and give personalized feedbacks. We can access multiple devices, collaborate in a group, and share your notebook with students too. And let me explain how to use this. First, search whiteboard in a Google, and we will get a screen like this. I think it's visible to you. So here, click the magic whiteboard for teaching, and it will take you to the page. This pop-up will come, and here no or S is there, and click S. Now it goes to this page. It is clearly written here, which is observe, engage, and collaborate. This is what we want to do in our school for all the students. And click on the start teaching, and it will take you to the whiteboard page. And the time is not permitting me to explain all the steps. So explore the page, make wonders, and with your students and colleagues. And same thing, next what we tried is making a puzzle maker. Just search, create your in a puzzle maker in the Google, then it will take you to the discovery puzzle maker in the Google page, and this will help you to create word search puzzles, crisscross puzzle, like this is the word cross puzzle, crisscross puzzles and all, double puzzles, hidden message puzzle, cryptogram puzzle maker. So all the subject teachers can use this. We all tried this. And why I introduce something this topic in the here means, it's rather than explaining my experiences, I realize students are really enthusiastic and are very eagerly waiting for the work. What the next year to next day the teacher is coming to the class. So what I am telling is, just take some small model, or if you are taking some colorful pens or something in your hand, they will be so thrilled what the teacher is going to explain and what props she is bringing to the next. So I am trying to introduce something innovative in each class, and helps us to make them improve their creativity, critical thinking, and the collaboration. So make them interactive always, and make them think out of box. And I'm inculcating the spirit of learning by doing. Once again, my thanks and appreciation to Matthew sir for your guidance. Thank you all panelists, educators, and all viewers for your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you, Smita ma'am. Thank you for the lovely share. And thank you for bringing in Annie ma'am's name. So she was one of our first mentorship participant and someone who is supporting us in a big way since a long time. So I'm glad that you also joined the program, and I'm sure that you are going to get enriched further and further as time progresses. So once again, thank you for the awesome share and what you tried to show through your the activities that you would show through that paper. It would have been much better on a PPT. Unfortunately, we were not able to do that this time. But I'm sure when we do a proper session, you will be able to explain all that properly, and our educators will be more enriched. So thank you once again, Smita ma'am. And I will now invite Sonia ma'am to share her experience. Sonia ma'am.
Very good evening, sir. Thank you so much for giving us this platform. And thank you, panelists, for sharing such a wonderful ideas. I'm left with nothing because everything is already shared by so many of them in today's thing. So first, I just wanted to start up with traditional to technical. So before this COVID pandemic started, everyone were so traditionally teaching, and this teaching methodology went on like traditional methods, following so many lecture, then giving worksheets physically, handouts to the children, and so when we moved to technology, it completely took another phase. That is, we teachers started to equip ourselves to bridge this process. Even though the entire globe was under a difficult situation, learning never stopped. This technology bridged the children as well as the teachers, and teachers started to become new learners. So this was a continuous process. So the wonderful things that my with my own experience, I just wanted to share few things is like being a geography teacher in Dubai. I have a multicultural background children in my classroom. So once it's a difficult task for them to do the map works. So once I enter the class, just don't tell this is the topic that I'm going to teach, or this is what you're going to learn today. Without that, I'll just give a brainstormer session, like to induce the curiosity among the children. And then from there I used to ask them, which is your native, what is very very famous in your particular area. Being in grade 9 and 10, the students are very clear in what there is in their particular area, so automatically they start to tell. Example, if they are from Kolkata, they say Kolkata harbor is there. There is another one harbor which is, facilitating for trade and commerce. Or obviously the other students listen very carefully. Someone tells that I'm from Bombay, and immediately I ask, what is very famous in Bombay? Immediately they'll say cooperative sectors, sugar industries, cotton textile industries. Someone from JNK says woolen and textile industries. Someone immediately from another part of, Jharkhand, they say iron ores. So automatically it is very very easy for the other students to listen auditorily from their own peer. This is called as peer learning. And automatically they say from which town, which city. So map work completely becomes easy rather than making the students, by heart. As well as digital mapping with the help of Padlet has created wonderful things in my classroom. Then moving on with that, starting the class with a progression. Always we do have a learning objective as well as a learning outcome. So when learning objective meets with learning outcome, automatically our class is a successful class. So post pre-assessment, through which we can know whether the children has a prior knowledge of that particular topic, then creating the curiosity to them, then moving on to the collaborative learning. So dividing the children into different groups, asking them to share their own knowledge, giving a small topic for them to have their own time to go into Google. Instead of picking up the topic that someone has written on Google, they have to comprehend it, write it in their own words, put it into points and share it to the others. So automatically the other groups also will start doing the same. So interaction between the children, differentiated activities will be given in the form of either MS Forms or in Microsoft Forms or in Google Forms. So automatically this differentiated activities or worksheets will be classified according to the ability of the child. So either it might be a visual learner or an auditory learner or a kinesthetic learner, or according to their ability, these differentiated tasks can be provided to cater the needs of each and every child. We can't say every child in the classroom will do the best or will score 95% and above, and that is not going to work out. So differentiated activities can be given, collaborations can be given, and inclusive learning has to be included. So students of determination has also having an equal thing to participate in the learning methodology. So automatically these children, the students of determination, that is that when we include these children, automatically they will have some difficulties in learning. Yes, obviously, as people, we have to go to their needs. Actually, we have to step down one step, and we have to ask the children whether they have understood and everything. Next is about mid plenary. So it is not like, running a class throughout without even asking whether they have understood. So self assessment, small questions, one or two multiple choice questions can be given to the children, just asking them whether they have understood or not. The second thing is, like, involving with experiential learning. So involve the child in each and every topic that we are wanting them to learn. Second thing is, we have to give a creative platform. We have to create a platform so that their creative learning, higher order thinking skills are being implemented in the classroom. And sometimes the psychology of the child plays here an important thing. Sometimes, they get distracted. Not sometimes, many a times. Nowadays we have lots of distractors. They play. We are online, sitting here and teaching the children through blended learning. Automatically we will not know what the other side of the student is doing. So sometimes when we ask some questions, they may say, ma'am, I have some camera issues, device issues, gadget is doing that. So automatically we have problem whether the child is very attentive in the class. So randomizer, I use a app called Wheel of Names, where the entire list of the students are there. I do pick, not me, it is computerized. Randomly the computer picks the name. So immediately whatever the child's name come, I pick out, I call out, and I ask, oh, okay, tell me what is happening, so on. So automatically the child himself becomes very attentive. He will know, oh, I don't know when the teacher is going to call or when my chance is going to come. So throughout the class, I have to be very attentive. Then Padlet, sharing the points. If some children are so shy enough to open up the camera or to talk in front of the camera in front of their peers, or even they don't want to show themselves because they'll be lagging in the language. So all these difficulties and struggles can be removed by using many apps like Padlet, Wakelet, Gymkit, and so many other apps that we have readily in the website. And many more apps like Nearpod, which can really help the children to have a gamification of learning. So playway method will help 100% these children to we can cater the needs of these children. And moreover, sharing the students with a video kind of informations which will reach all the children's by visual learners will be catered, auditory learners will be catered. And finally, when we come to the end of the class, summing up happens. So within 40 minutes of a period, we have to justify all the 35 to 40 students who are present in the class. So automatically giving 1 minute to one child, it itself will be covering up the entire time. So we have to plan the class in well advanced, so that we will be able to cater each and every child's needs. And today we always say the need is the mother of invention. So now we are not being as a teacher or an educator. We have to be as a facilitator who facilitates each and every child's teaching and learning process, in which we are able to know the in depth of the children. First of all, we have to read what the child is, where he stands, and what his needs. Then the second thing we have to do with that, along with the worksheets that we provide. Then when we come to the summing up of that the lesson, there comes the plenary, where you can choose and pick students from different categories of the achievements that they do, and bring up with, either you can say, if a child is very artistic, ask him to create a poster. If the child is very good in mathematics, give a bar diagram. Example, I'm explaining in my geography class, if I'm going to explain about climate and weather condition of a particular place, then I can give a bar graph, so that the child who is very good in mathematics can influence himself putting in a bar graph. Then the children who are really good in drawing, then I can give them a poster work. A child who is good in concepts, then I can give him a mind map or a concept map to draw. So automatically that will not deviate the child in the classroom. It will create a lot of attention. So differentiated thinking happens, collaborative creative thinking happens here. So then finally comes the post assessment. So our class always should have a pre-assessment. We have to know where the child stands. At the end of the class, we should have a post assessment to know what is the progress of learning that has happened within 40 minutes of time. So then only the teacher will know, okay, this is my class, how do I stand, what my children are, and then the next time when she enters into the class, she will know how to still modify the lessons to cater the other needs. So thank you so much, Matthew sir, for giving such a wonderful opportunity to share all these things in this platform, and have a good evening to everyone.
Thank you. So, ma'am is also joining from Dubai, so with her international experience. So, this also counts when we work at different places. In the Indian context, we work in a specialized manner. In other countries, they follow different manners. So what happens is that there is an amalgamation of ideas. So that brings out the beauty in the learning and the teaching. So thank you, Sonia ma'am,
I
for sharing
just
those.
wanted to add one point, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
After this pandemic, not even one day we had a holiday for our school because of this COVID. We immediately jumped from tradition to technical, as you know, students were very techno savvy than
Yeah.
us. But it took at least 24 hours for us to get this transformation. But they took only 20 to 25 seconds to change.
So
So
you
that
were
was the
better
greatest.
prepared. You took only 24 hours. Here we took about 24 days to adapt to the whole thing. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you
So
for the
boys
lovely
were
share.
very techno savvy in that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I know that. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
So now I'll invite Sonali ma'am. Sonali ma'am is joining us from Bangalore. She's teaching as she's an SST teacher from National Public School in Bangalore. So over to you, Sonali ma'am. Sonali ma'am.
Thank you, Matthew sir, and very good evening to Matthew sir and all the panelists here. I had been watching right from the start of this session, and so it is actually a wonderful journey that we are on the same track. We are moving on, and the ideas which had been shared has been actually enriched me, and I would say all of us. And when I actually also would like to mention our principal, who was actually my mentor, I would take her name, Juhi Sareen ma'am, who actually showed me this way of this AIEF. And definitely I'm very very thankful to Juhi Sareen ma'am regarding this. And I feel now myself to be on the right track, and I know that it would be a very very enriching experience for me. So now I come to this topic. When sir had shared this topic with us, that we are going to have a panel discussion on the teaching methodologies that had worked wonders with us, I became a little nostalgic. It had been more than 18 years that I had been into this profession, and I had moved to more number of places from North India to, and I'm teaching in South India right now. But when we walk into the school premises, I think everything remains the same. The students are same, and we also as teachers remain the same. What changes actually is the mindset. As the years had passed by, I tried to look back into my starting as a teacher, and then now where I do stand. So when I just had a look back, I saw that yeah, maybe the books are the same, the lessons are the same, but the approach towards that particular lesson had changed tremendously. Now, apart from these 2 years when we are into this online or virtual platform of teaching, if we go into the physical classroom, I would definitely like to share our ideas about our role as a teacher. To start with, the words of William Butler Yeats, education is not filling a pail, but the lighting of a fire. I definitely do believe in these words. Actually, when we go and move into the class, we are not only to, just share the, discuss the content of the book. We have to, I believe in that, we have to go beyond that and teach the students about the different life skills, what is, what will take them throughout their life. It will be a lifelong learning for them, the life skills which they learn at every step of their life. So they have to give importance to those life skills. I would definitely like to share a very very personal incident which had happened with me. So a student, of a very shy kind of a student, and definitely when I go into the class, first of all try to observe the different categories of students. There are students who are always, bubbling, full of energy, and they'll come up with a lot of ideas as soon as a question is being asked. But there are even students who tend to sit back, who are very reluctant to give the answer, but does not ever mean that they don't know the answers. So as a teachers, it is my responsibility to bring up those students and take out the answers from them as well. So as I was talking about, telling you about the life skills, so there was a competition which was being organized by the school, and a kind of a shy student, but he was very much, I knew that he could do that, participate into this competition well, but he was reluctant. All his friends were telling that, ma'am, he can do. Then I spoke to him separately, and I told him, this opportunity will never come to you. Why don't you give it a try? What will happen at the most? You will lose. You won't be, getting any award or trophy or so. But you will be satisfied by, thinking that yes, I have given it a try. So by listening to my words or so, he felt somewhat motivated, and then he gave it a try, and he too participated in the competition. And at last, what happened is, when the day of the results came up, this particular student, he got the second prize, and he was very very happy with that, and he came running with his certificate and trophy, and came to me, ma'am, I have done it. And as you said, yes, I can do it. So that's why, that's where we lie. I mean, the role of a teacher is not only to deliver the lessons. We are there to mold these young minds, nurture them very very carefully. So definitely I would say that all the teachers are actually, we should take care of this pastoral care. I mean, the caring nature, how to handle the students. We need to handle them very very carefully, because nowadays the students are they have become very very sensitive. Even if anything, earlier times, if we compare, and the students at the present stage is act totally different. So this was one of the experience of mine in the physical classroom. Now, if we have a sudden shift, a paradigm shift towards in this virtual sessions. Now, if we talk about these virtual sessions, there's a very very challenging and a dynamic role for a teacher to play. Why? Because now we are not meeting the students physically. Okay, we don't know, even on the other side, many of the students don't even switch on the camera. So whether they are actually, attending the classes, what they are doing at the comfort of their home, we don't know actually. So I started experimenting with new methodologies, only to engage the students. As Sonia ma'am said just prior to me, that there are innumerous tools which we can play with. As a social science teacher, I teach almost all geography, history, and economics. So when, as a social science teacher, I need to explore all these tools in the available on the net. Now, first of all, just immediately when you jump into the class, I cannot take up the topic immediately. So as Sonia ma'am said, so similar way, we also go like, a starter, which is not at all a starter question, a very 2 minutes activity. A starter question can be an open-ended question. Okay, so it is only done to bring in all the attention of the students. They would eagerly wait for my starter activity. They would eagerly wait to observe, ma'am, what ma'am is going to give in the next starter. So like that, to grab immediately the attention of the students, we can start with a starter activity. Now suppose if I am handling with the topic money. So instead of going straight into that topic, okay, this is the barter system, and then later on we came into money has been considered as a uh, universal medium of exchange. So if I just tell them, okay, can you just take out one 10 rupee note and try to observe what is written on the note. So students also feel somewhat different. Okay, yeah, we have a 10 rupee note. Let us all see into it, look into it. What is written there? So slowly, when they observe the 10 rupee note, they try, to tell out words and tell out, finding out facts that, okay, it is the Reserve Bank of India, the governor's signature is there. So slowly, we come down to the main topic. And that's how the monotony of class can be broken if we just through some investigative questions take up casual facts, if we can take up. Now next is the group activities. Definitely I would
I'll request you
collaboration.
to just wind up in a minute. We are just running short of time, so you can
Okay,
just
so
wind up in a minute.
yeah. So all the things had been already told by all the panelists. So collaborative activities is definitely the need of the hour. We have to involve the students and engage them into the classes. And of course, the plenary session, where a short assessment, if we look into, and we can also reflect on our teaching. Okay, we can have the reflection, how we have delivered the lesson and what are the changes we need to have in the next class. So I think I'm really fortunate enough to get this platform. Matthew sir has provided to all of us, and thank you all the panelists for listening so attentively. Thank you. So.
Thank you, Sonali ma'am. And on behalf of all you and Manasa ma'am, I think both of you have come through Juhi ma'am, who has referred this program. So she has become our master trainer now. So she has conducted lots of sessions also now. So I'm sure that you have got a good mentor in Juhi ma'am, and she will
Definitely,
definitely.
sir. She had left a lot of impact on my life. Definitely, she is
Yeah.
a real
So because it's
great mentor.
very few people actually refer something good to others. So when something good happens, normally you keep it to yourself. That so I'm glad that she could share with you and Mansa, who joined the program, and you benefited with this program. And I'm sure that you are further going to empower so many educators with whatever you have learned and your teaching experience. So thank you, Sonali ma'am, once again.
Thank you so much.
And now I'll invite Sonia Verma ma'am, who's waiting patiently for quite some time. She joined us quite early, and now she's joining us all the way from Ludhiana, Punjab. She's an edupreneur. So we would love to hear from you, Sonia ma'am. It's over to you.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I have to thank Mr. Matthews, who is our mentor and who has brought this, for us, this platform. I'm really, really honored that I was able to meet him through this online channel. It is because of a teacher of mine, Mrs. Gitanjali Kalia, who was a counselor in our school, and she connected me to him. And ever since, I have followed him and I have learned every day, every minute from him. If he will notice that I have been always responding to his mails, and he's always responded as always. I don't know how he finds the time to do this. Before I start on the topic that has been assigned to us, I feel that all of us are blessed because we are teachers touching the lives of young children who are our future generation. And our vision is the same. We all have a vision to create beautiful future citizens. You may have a lot of experience, you may have a lot of passion, you may have a lot of knowledge, but if the child doesn't connect to you, and if you are not able to connect to a child, you are not a successful or a good teacher. I would not use the word good because good is the enemy of great. You are great teachers because you're all connecting with the children of future. Whether it is an online methodology or an offline methodology, if you use your heart to connect to the child, you are using the best method possible. It could be peer teaching, it could be Padlet, it could be group discussion, it could be quiz. Any of these methods, if it connects with the child, you are using the best methodology possible. In a class, There are 30, 35 children. Each child comes with a different learning capacity. One would be a visual learner, another could be an auditory learner, somebody could be just reading and understanding, and then there would be kinesthetic learners who are moving about and learning. The National Education Policy 2020 says that you have to be all inclusive of the classroom that you are teaching in and use art integrated learning too. So the question arises, what kind of methodology is best which suits all these children and what the policy says? Uh, I'm an English teacher, and for me, I feel that the subject is such which is the basis of understanding of all the other subjects, whether it be mathematics or science or whatever. And when you are teaching English, it is understood that for some it may be the second language. For us who are teachers of this language, it's the first language. We have to reach out to the child so that the child gets the confidence to come back and learn from us in that subject. So when we are assessing a child for his English, writing skill comes the last. It is the last one. First it is the listening, then speaking, then reading, and then writing. But writing creatively is something which every child finds difficult. For me, this methodology that I'm going to share with you now worked best, and it became so successful that it is being used for all levels of the school in our school here in Ludhiana. I have been teaching for almost 30 years now. And with my experience, I have also found that this could be used by other teachers too. Uh, Creative writing is assessed for three things. What is the content of of the passage? What is the way the child uses the language, fluency, which we call it? And the third is the accuracy. Accuracy meaning the grammar and the punctuation and all the other things. These are the things that we assess a child for his creative writing. In a paragraph, you have to have a lot of value points. Now, in a class of 30, 35 children, the other day my children came up to me and said, this is a class when I was taking class 6 and 7. So the children said, ma'am, we are not getting marks because we don't know how to make many value points. Our grammar goes haywire. The teacher says that your fluency is not correct. The one who checks the paper. See, we in our school, we don't check the papers ourselves. It is the other teacher who checks the papers. This is, I'm talking of the offline mode times. Now I'm using the same thing with the use of Padlet and sticky notes and other things, which are now the online mode of teaching. This also helps in participation. So on that particular day, the 35 children were divided into 3 groups of 10 each, and the 5 children were kept aside. They were asked to be my helpers, and one of them came up with the topic rainy day. He said, let's write a paragraph on rainy day. Now, a class 6, 7 child would easily write anything on rainy day, but now we had to get the scores also. So what we did was, the first group was asked to, make a picture, visualize. Like Ramashankar ma'am said, visualization is the best method of teaching. So the children visualized the rainy day, and they were asked, the first group was asked to write, one child came up to the board out of those 5 who were left, that you have to write a noun which comes to your mind when you think of a rainy day. A class 6, 7 child knows what is a noun, what is an adjective, and what is a verb. Doing thing and, qualifying a word, that is what it was. So 10 words came up, and you will not believe that the children started analyzing whether this was a better word or the other one would be. And we came up with simple words like, to the extent of even umbrellas, pakoras, rainbow, puddles, boats, anything that came to mind. 10 words were found. So the 10 children participated. The next 10 children, the next group, was then asked to give an adjective to this noun, because an adjective is a word which qualifies or describes a noun. So we had 10 words again, beautiful umbrellas, colorful umbrellas, beautiful rainbow, wet clothes, paper boats, hot pakoras, steaming hot tea. These were the words that came up as adjectives. The next group, the third group, was asked to give a verb to each doing thing. So the umbrellas were opened, the raincoats were worn, the paper boats were sailed, hot pakoras were eaten or made, whichever would be theirs. And we created a big mind map on the blackboard, which had three different set of words. There was a noun. To each noun, there was an adjective and a verb. So we have 10 value points with a word which is used. A senior class level child would use maybe clauses, maybe phrases which were more superlatives than simple ones, which a junior class would do. And then the preposition, the 5 children who were sitting aside, the one who was writing, they were asked to make sentences out of these 3 words, the phrases that came up. And we had a long list of sentences which had 10 different value points. So the content is taken care of, the fluency because of the use of the words, and the accuracy because the grammar was being guided. See, as and when the children are participating, I just had to sit back and see and, give them a small correction here and there, and they came up with a beautiful paragraph of 70 to 80 words. One child was asked, you please reorder them in such a manner that the sequence is made. Critical thinking has to be there, coherence has to be there in the paragraph. You can't be having hot pakoras made for a rainy day before the rain falls. So the children had to put them in a sequence. The umbrella has to open a little later. Maybe the raincoat has to come out, whichever way the children wanted. So the sequence was made, and we had a coherent, beautifully crafted paragraph of about 80 words, which was which would get full marks if the spellings were correct. And a class 6-7 child, I think, would be able to do that. This is something what my board looked like. I hope you can see it. I have tried to give the 3 things that were required: noun, adjective, and verb, and we can see whether the coherence is there and everything. In this particular activity, this kind of methodology that I used to make the mind map was where we were able to learn the 4 C's. Children collaborated, they created a paragraph, they were able to communicate to each other that what is it that could be done, and critically analyze to make a coherent paragraph with sequence everywhere. So this can be used for a higher class also. You can go ahead and do it with a higher class. Of course, the level of English would go slightly different, but the child will definitely score on his CFA. In case of an online class, the similar thing can be done with sticky notes. If I put a sentence over there and the children are asked to fill it up, it's quite easy to bring up a creative writing paragraph that we have to it catches a meaty chunk of the marks of the English paper. In core English, you are supposed to appreciate the language and to be able to create the class 11 and 12. So that's where it helps. There are other methods that an English teacher can use. Role play is there, interaction is there. And the best one was when on the online mode, I was taking a class 12 English from the Flamingo. I don't know how many of you would know that. There is a chapter called Indigo, where Gandhiji had gone and fought for the Champaran people. So in that paragraph, in that chapter, it was very difficult to reach out to the children in the online mode and explain to them. So I told them to learn themselves and understand themselves and ask me questions, high order thinking questions and simple order thinking questions. And when they asked me, the child whose answer I could not give deserved a chocolate, and whenever we met next, I would be giving it to him. So you have to become a student sometimes so that the children become teachers, because they learn better when they teach. I always feel that a teacher is a learner all through. And even in the online mode, when we had gone, For me, my weak point, like Shweta ma'am said, is technology. I was not very good at it, but my students helped me to go and learn it, and they made me teach them through the methods that they could. That's all that I have to say for now. My methodology. Thank you so much, Matthew sir. And Matthew sir, one compliment for you from my husband, who has been seeing me. He says that you sit so, you're so time bound with his lessons that you have. He's also started. He says, I'm going to join his group so that I also spend the same time. He's really impressed. He says, I have to meet this man. So next time we come to Delhi, we're going to meet you.
Yeah. Most welcome. Most welcome. Thank you, Sonia ma'am. That was an amazing experience to listen to you, to your personal sharings and the work that you do with your kids. So thank you, and we hope to have many enriching sessions with you in the future. So now I will invite Usha ma'am. I think her network is not very strong at the moment, so I will come back to her. I will invite Mansi ma'am. Yeah, Mansi ma'am, please, you can unmute yourself and start the session. Yes.
Yes, very good evening to one and all here, to all the viewers. Very good evening, Matthew sir, and all my other panelists. As to begin with the topic that technology make wonders, yes, it is true for looking into the situation today. So let me say first of all that as a teacher, we all should be first as a student, just to understand their requirement, their pain, and then we will be 100% giving our lessons, our teachings to them. So during this pandemic, as we all know, the teachers and the students have lost their personal touch. Adopting new and innovative methods of teaching will be useful, of course, in retaining the students' interest in their studies. So just to go ahead and to say that a big hats off to all the teachers, all the educators, saying that teachers have definitely transformed themselves during this time and were none other than the warriors, if I'm not wrong. And therefore, we all say that learning never stops. That means it is a continuous process. So as far as the topic that we have to discuss today, I would just suggest one of the innovative method that we can go along is about the QR codes. I have been listening to all the panelists during these almost for 3 hours. So this was one of the things which I had come across. QR actually means quick response. QR codes is such easy to create and have a multiple uses in classrooms at all grade levels. QR codes can lead the students to information that's just to scan the code from their digital device, and it will help the students to get all the content knowledge that is required. It helps the students to check their answers, to vote on answers during the classroom discussions. They extend their information other than the textbook. They have a participation in the scavenger hunts. They access the audio tutorials on the material being taught, and they link the students directly even to the Google Maps. So QR codes allow the students to access information without leaving the seat. Students can even generate their own QR codes and also help them to go with the peer learning and showcase their talent to their peers and to the parents. Other than this, I would suggest that almost most of the panelists have enlightened on this topic. That's about the inquiry based learning. Navita ma'am, one of the panelists I have seen that she has elaborately talked about the inquiry based learning, where it is one of the most powerful teaching strategy in the classroom because it's research based. It tells that the students learn best by constructing their own meanings. Inquiry based learning triggers the students' curiosity. Especially, this works wonders when you interact with the students of secondary section, maybe from standard 6 to 12. And the teachers definitely acts as a facilitator here during the inquiry-based learning. Now, students develop the questions and they have the answers. The hunger of the answer is ready there. Students research the topic using time in class. Students present what they have learned, and very important, what worked about the process and what they did not, has a very fantastic reflection with this type of learning. Other than the other practices that is generally carried on is the project-based learning. Now, project-based learning is more of engaging the students, building their teamwork, giving the opportunity for their creativity, and moreover, it's a very enjoyable kind of learning platform. They will be rewarded, and the connect of the students, school, parents, and their friends is very strong with this kind of learning. And at the end of this learning platform, I would say that it connects to the real world. Apart from doing all this methodology with the children, what is very important for us to understand during this time is wisely managed classroom technology. We all know that this was a big chance, and never ever thought that any such kind of platform will come into existence in the education sector, especially the schooling sector. So it was obviously a big challenge for every teacher to understand and to manage the classroom. So many schools have become one-to-one schools. That is, each student has his or own technology item. Typically, they have tablet, or maybe they have a personal computer, the laptops. At the end, nothing, the mobiles. But every student in every district, if you see, was this technology was definitely not reachable. But still, every teacher, every facilitator, every educator tried to make his or her own videos where they could allow the child to, they were able to transfer the content to the student, and the student were able to see the content and see that the learning goes on. There is a delicate balance with the technology when using it in the classroom. Teachers must use this technology in a very wise way, where the variety of activities are to be conducted. Several activities that help students to work upon is Google Docs, YouTube videos, Quizlets. Kahoot is one of the best way where we can go, and finally the remind map. So these innovative ideas, these innovative apps and the websites has helped the teacher to develop their innovative kinds of teaching learning process. At the same time, before I end, one more thing that I would definitely like to work upon is every teacher has revamped for they had 45 minutes of lecture of chalk and talk to the activities and interaction. It was indeed a big challenge for every teacher. She has also worked with the parents and held a lot of workshop and took a lot of feedbacks in order to train them as well. Now the day will come, definitely parents will miss the schooling once we come back to the normal. They will definitely would raise the question where I have experience, like, ma'am, please allow us at least weekly once we can come and sit with our children in the classroom to go with the same experience that we are facing it today, or we are enjoying it today rather. So above all, this is very important when the online classes are going on. The holistic approach of the facilitator, of the teacher, is very, very important. For example, one online classes make teachers spend more time. Just not for what? For what? Spending more time for preparing her lectures offline than delivering. She has to prepare the things beforehand, make the videos, make the PPTs, and next day she is ready for. So suppose she is attending the class for 3 hours to 4 hours in a day. The next 4 hours she has spent her time in preparing the material that she has to deliver for the next day. So of course it was a very challenging situation. She has definitely replaced every offline classes into a multimedia class where a lot of content have been shared by the teachers. And at the end, I would always say that this is only possible because it was a continuous training that was given for the teachers. Teachers training had made wonders during this pandemic situation. There was a huge shift of the way of every teacher because she was trained. We are being requested for most of the technical tools that they should understand, and it's not this, and still we find we are incomplete. Still we find that a lot more to learn to go ahead and give best for the children. As everyone says, that students are almost 100 steps ahead than us. We learn a lot from the students. But here it is very true that teachers have also put their 100% pains in making themselves techno savvy and give the best for every student that they can do in this classroom today. So at the end, I will always say, I am not a teacher, but an awakener. I am not a teacher, but I am an awakener. Thank you, all of you. Thank you to listen to me very, very much. Thank you, Matthew, sir. I could see you from 4.5
Thank you.
you
Thank you.
are here to listening to each and every facilitator, every panelist who is joining here. So that's a great hats off work for the day for you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Over to you, Matthew, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you so much. We are completing almost 4.5 hours of the session. We started at 4:30, and we are left with still 2-3 more speakers. But I think everybody spoke, and that's important that we speak out and that we reach out to the masses. And some people are not able to join us; they will still see. So tomorrow we'll get a lot of feedbacks of what actually the session was. So thank you, Mansi ma'am, for your sharing. So I'll ask Usha ma'am to, if her net is okay, can you unmute and speak? Usha ma'am? I'll come back to Usha ma'am. In the meantime, I'll ask Shailja Saluja ma'am, who's PGT Physics from Dr. MKK Arya Model School, to unmute herself and start the session. So Usha ma'am, I'll come back to you. I think your network is a little slow.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. First of all, how I connected to this platform is the Facebook. I was searching for, once we get online, I was searching for the platforms which can give me information, and I landed on the page of All India Educator Forum, and then the journey started. So many webinars I have attended, also became the member of the All India Educator Forum. So it's an immense pleasure here for me to express my views, to share my experience of my career, of the strategies which I have followed among the panelists, among the eminent educators. I always introduce myself as an educator, a physics educator. My journey started in 2008. It is the institutions that gets changed from time to time, but my um, my thing, how I introduce myself, is as a physics educator. When I talk about the students, every student is different, same as the approach to every student differs one by one. Your class has a 40 students, and it becomes difficult sometimes to access all these 40 students' minds, because not your talk and chalk method reaches everyone's heart. As one of the panelists said, that it is the duty of a teacher, rather it is the utmost important part of a teacher to reach the heart of a child. So what I used to do is that physics, make them aware about physics. When it comes to my subject physics, it seems that it is an alienated subject. It is tough, we can't do this, how this happens, why this happens. So many students, they fear of the physics. So when I start my class, I usually start the class with a demonstration, with a example sometimes, that is they are known to. Means I introduce a lesson to them, that you know physics, you are just sitting here, you are having that subject just to know the terminology. As you entered nursery class, you were known to the speaking, you know the language, but you learned letter by letter to make the words, and to interact with the physicist, to interact with the word of the physics, you have to understand the physics, the terminology of the physics, and there's nothing different. So physics is not tough, physics is simple, physics is easy. Actually, my life changed much after 25th November of 2021, when uh, I came back from a workshop which I attended in Kanpur, by Dr. Professor H.C. Verma sir. And I started making changes in my classes, likewise making the demonstration first, making the students to inquire about the various questions that came into their mind while having that demonstrations. So the second strategy which works wonders for me is that involve the brains of the students. It is to make them think, or to produce or to share a concept by using analogy. Likewise, for example, if I am suggesting, or if I am introducing a concept of resistance, then the first thing is that they must understand what is the word resistance means. The second thing is that what I'll give them an analogy that, okay, you are going to reach your classroom after recess, and you have two ways to reach your classroom. That is, there are two staircases to reach your classroom. One staircase is you have a teachers are standing, which will tell you, who will tell you that you have to move in a line and so on. Whereas the other staircase do not have any teacher. So which way you would like to go? So most of the students say that where there are no teachers are standing, where there is no opposition. So hence I say them that consider yourself as the electrons. They tend always, they want to move towards the less opposition. And that is how I introduce the concept. The other one, that is to gamify lessons. Always try. It is a thing that I have learned, that always gamify the sessions. Whatever concept you are trying, try to induce, try to introduce a game along with that concept. Likewise, while teaching the tones in a string, in discussing the oscillations and waves, I asked the student, okay, let's play a game and see how many nodes and anti-nodes a student can bring on this rope, the rope I brought into the class. So the students tend to understand by making the games that, okay, with this frequency I have to move the rope up and down and so on. And the other thing, this online classes, this online sessions have brought me is the simulations. Actually, I am a much tech savvy person. I was introduced to the technology earlier, but my hands were tied when I was in the class, in offline session. It was only me and the students, my demonstration, the various activities I used to demonstrate to the students. But when the online classes came on, the concept of the online classes, it opened gates for me. I started exploring various apps, various simulations, to make the lessons interesting, to make them view, to make them understand what they are seeing. The last thing which I want to say, that it is not always possible sometimes that to make the child-centric approach. What my approach is, it is always have an integrated approach of the child-centric as well as the teacher-centric. Sometimes it is the child-centric, start with the child-centric, bring it to the teacher-centric, and then again bring to the child-centric approach. So the various activities, and now right now what I am doing, making the small activities and posting it on my status, the videos of that, sometimes posting it on YouTube, the Instagram reels, where the students can reach it. And I am amazed really that when I put something on my status, likewise the different activities related to a concept, the next time my students tend to ask why this happens, how you have performed that. Likewise, one day I put a status of the solenoid on my status. Okay, a student came. Okay, I thought solenoid is a how you are teaching it, the concept. So it is, solenoid is a typical concept. I've We have thought it is a very difficult concept. So I say no, you just take a wire and coil it over it. Simply that becomes a solenoid, and then introduce the other technical terms related to the solenoid. So it's all about the different strategies I am using, and I hope I'll be continue learning with the suggestions which other panelists have shared here. So thanks a lot. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shailja ma'am. They say the social media is the new playground that teachers have to be there. Earlier, they used to say, go to the playground. That's what children like. So now with your Instagram, Facebook, our physical presence is required. So you're very right. You put something on Facebook, you put something on Instagram. They may not listen to you in class, but they will see your post. What is the thing that you... So that's a very...
Actually, we do. When I was on TikTok, so I started doing the TikToks there, and my brother
Wow.
says that I didn't know that TikTok can be used for this one also.
Yeah, so if you are having something interesting, please do share with us also, TikTok and all that. I am yet to explore these options, so please do share. It's really going to be something which I need to try. So thanks a lot, Shailja ma'am, and please do get associated more with the AIF programs and share, especially since you are a media person, you are into digital technology. I think that's the need of the hour. The educators require people like you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'll request Nivedita ma'am. Nivedita ma'am is PGT biology, and she's joining us from Delhi itself, Dwarka. She teaches in Venkateshwara International School. So, and she's got vast experience, and she's done lots of sessions also in our state groups. So, welcome, Nivedita ma'am. It's over to you.
Sir, namaskar. At the end, I
Namaste.
have got this opportunity to express myself. What to say, sir? I was listening throughout, the session. I think listening since 3 hours, and most of the points which I wanted to, most of the people have covered. But yes, because teaching methodologies are common to all of us, since we all are experienced teachers, so most of the experiences are similar only. But being a science teacher, I'm a science teacher, I teach biology, so I connect with nature. I believe that when you're teaching science, you say less, you do more, because science is doing. When you do something, you learn better. And we all know experience is the best teacher. So, what I follow in my classes, when they are physically they're offline or they are online, I believe hybrid is the best. As such, also, sir, and friends, we know that hybrid, they're always raised for their superior features. So I think technology and traditional method, when we combine them, they can wonder. I always carry my board along, my blackboard, little blackboard. Yeah, I would like to start what strategy I follow generally, which is, I don't know, sir, my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Visible, yeah, we
I
can
think
see. You are on
so.
full screen. No? I'll put you on full screen
Thank you.
so that people can see. Yeah.
So generally, whenever I take any chapter, I prepare introduction. I write the topic, blackboard. I think most of the teachers, they do just, I'm summarizing whatever everybody has said. So I take introduction, and introduction can be through different ways. Now, how you take introduction is up to the topic, up to the concept. Since I have to teach, I'm taking science, so I generally start with questioning. Whatever the surrounding is there, I can use demonstration. After demonstration or activity or some riddles, I start with concept map. Over the year, I believe that concept map of the chapter, that gives, some enlightenment to student that what we are going to cover in this chapter. And when they draw a concept map or mind map in their notebook, they actually go through some important terms, etc., which really help them to remember. Because as we know, our class is inclusive. So many types of students are there, depending upon their type of ability. Some of them learn through mind map, some of them learn through questions, and whatever audio visual or demonstration we are doing. After giving introduction, a 7 8-minute time, I start with the main concept. That concept can be PowerPoint, or it could be a lecture method depending upon the concept or topic. Then I summarize. Summary is very, very important, because after content delivery, that depends upon your requirement, what kind of topic you have taken. Then you should do a recap, and then after recap, a thoughtful question should be there which children should ponder upon. Now, as I said, I believe in more of showing and more of working in, so I always carry my lab. Here also I'm carrying my lab. I don't know it is visible to everyone or not, but I'm trying to yeah, sir, it is visible. Yeah, sir, it
Yes,
is
ma'am.
visible.
Visible. Yeah, absolutely visible. Yeah, you're on full screen, ma'am.
Now, when I'm teaching a topic of transport of water and food in plants. Now, we all know that children outside, our surrounding plants are there. But when in terms of xylem and phloem, you are teaching them, not all of them understand. At the end of the day, they just remember that something is there. They either remember the name, because they generally get confused in the names only. So we have to make them understand these are just two pipes. And along with my biology concept, I do talk about physics also, how capillary, how adhesion, how cohesion they're working, and how these two tubes beautifully, because they can see water rising up in the tube. And why I have taken two types, because xylem and phloem, they are different. One is dead, one is living. So we can explain the concept. With this glass of bottle, a glass of water, I can teach them the concept of diffusion. That when we are so many concepts, but thing is, these are so simple activities. I'm carrying it because I just want to emphasize that we should always carry our own lab with us, so that wherever you are talking about a topic, you can start it. And the moment you do something, children, they are curious what ma'am is going to do, because that in that curiosity, that thing should come in their mind, that something is happening. When that something goes here, they start listening to you. Because I think whatever we teach, how good we teach, doesn't matter till children, they are listening to us. Now, one more thing I generally carry with me is my onion and my tomato lab. You will be surprised what is this, because in biology we have tissues, we have pigments, we talk about photosynthesis, so many concepts are there. Not only in this, in chemistry also we can integrate this. We all know they have juices, the concept of pH can be taken. So it doesn't matter that we are online. So taking help of your life labs, you can take help of your kitchen to explain chemistry concept. You can take help of your garden to teach biology, because the more you teach from nature, better they learn. That is my belief, sir and friends. So one more thing I want to show you here is osmoscope. See, in lab we do this activity. To some people it will, they will think that why she has taken, but though in lab they do, but now they are not able to. So I think through the simple this osmoscope, I can explain concept of osmosis. Why not? So how to grab their attention by simple showing, setups, demonstration. Why to go for youtube and all that, when you can, because when you do something that matter to a child, because child get connects to you. So connection, all of us are talking about that connection, we have to only build up. Once we take one step, children, they connect. There are few things, sir, I would like to share, which I do, which are others must be doing. Similarly, if I'm talking about diffusion, just putting a drop of this and ruabza in this, and it will diffuse in children. When they see it, so we should carry our lab with us, whether it is physics, chemistry, biology. Then we along with when we would talk about integrated learning through music and through songs. So a rap was prepared by my student. That was a typhoid rap. I just want to share it with you. Please give me some time. टाइफी साल्मोनेला टाइफी आया आया हूं मैं खत्म करने तुम्हारी लाइफी 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 हूं मैं एक बैक्टीरिया मल्टीप्लाई करके लगा दूंगा तुम्हारे अंदर अपने बच्चों की फैक्ट्री फैक्ट्री फैक्ट्री. Sir, this is the introduction, the symptoms of the disease, because in 12th class it is important. So children from their symptoms they created this. Just I want to share with you symptoms. शौचालय बना मेरा कमरा, for constipation, diarrhea, प्रेशर डालते डालते हम तो बेहोश हो गए, आखिरकार विडाल टेस्ट, because विडाल टेस्ट is a test which is confirmatory test and 1 mark question comes in board exam. So all the important words we have taken in this rap, and this rap was beautifully made by my students. Similarly, sir, few more things I'm just summarizing my experiences which I have gathered during this journey of my teaching. I have explored a lot of technology, gamification, and it's every, for every class, for every set of students, we have to explore different technique. It's not actually that it will work same for everyone. No, I feel we have to see our students, what kind of students we have. Accordingly, we should use our technology. We have to be innovative. We are innovative, then our students will connect better. And one more way I have found is science clubs. These clubs in society, they really help students to connect. And it is in 22nd, now we are in 22nd century, we have to actually play a role of facilitator, where just teaching will not work, where we have to give command to our students. We have to give them confidence that yes, you are capable. Once we give them responsibility, we give them our belief, they do wonderful. Because I think at this time now, I should have a vision for my students, because so many years I actually experienced my subject. Now I have gained that experience. Now I have a vision that I have to train my students according to this. And vision will what kind of vision I am having, that teacher also has to decide. That I will transform my students from to think sustainably, to work better, to think in green ways. That is a vision for me I'm just talking about. And also, sir, one more point I would like to add up, that when we are planning our chapter, we should along with the name of the chapter, we should we should write a skill which we want to, because life skills are important, the technology is important. So why can't in our planning only we can integrate all these things? For example, if I'm teaching a chapter of reproduction, human reproduction, so here I'm empowering them, I'm giving them concepts which they really need to know about their reproductive health life. Similarly, after tagging skill, what technique I will take here in this technique, it is basically chalkboard method. Along with that, I can use their drawing skills and all that. That depends on me. So friends, because we have so many things with us, it's up to us how to concise these things, so we can have our lesson plans where we can tag a skill. Because through each chapter, whether it is science, maths, physics, whatever subject you are teaching, skill we have to impart to our students. It is very, very important, because in school they basically learn life skills. We can ignite their passion for our subjects. We cannot train thoroughly for our subject. Once that passion is there in them, they know how to read and write, they can do excellent work. But yes, these are few experiences which I shared with you. Apart from that, as I said, we have to train them for competencies, of course. But I think with the time, children become competent till they come to 12th. Because I'm teaching 11th and 12th, I have seen children changing a lot when they come to 12th class. And I believe in simplicity. I think we have to think simple, but we have to take a big vision. And all the teachers, when I listen to them, they are doing so wonderful things. And I firmly believe that future of India is really bright. And sir, the mentor like you is actually blessing to us, that you are guiding us towards that path. And I'm really proud of everyone, and proud of you, sir, that you are a guiding light to us, and you are taking us to a very positive and fruitful path. Thank you everyone. I hope
Thank
I'm
you,
able
Nivedita
to
ma'am. I
share
mean, although
because my very less time was there. So I just compiled my thoughts and nothing else, though
absolutely,
there was so
absolutely
much to
brilliant.
share. Thank you.
Although there were so many speakers before you, but you made an impact with simple demonstration of activities. So it doesn't matter. The time is not matter. What matters is the in 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 5 minutes what you're able to present. So when we go for international conferences, it's no use talking for 30 minutes or 40 minutes. You speak 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and you create such an impactful presentation or ideas. I think that's important. And you made some very, very good presentation by actually showing exemplary activities, demonstrated that on screen. So grateful. And as before, I'm sure you will be working with our different groups and promoting all the programs that you wish to do it. So thank you, Nivedita ma'am. And I think now we have the last speaker for the day, Usha ma'am. She lost connection in between. So I think she is now there. So yes, Usha ma'am, आप unmute करके आप बोल सकते हैं.
Thank you,
So
sir.
Usha ma'am, yes.
Good,
So she is
good evening,
joining
sir.
from
Good
the
evening,
Department of
everyone.
Education, Delhi. Yes, please ma'am.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Usha, PGT Economics in UAE, Delhi. Today's topic is teaching methodology, which works wonder for me. Methodology, that is a set of practice, set of methods, set of things that do works a lot. In this method, teacher is an essential part of the society to build the students to get up to improve the society. I also use different type of methods. Now I am in South Delhi area. South Delhi में basically जहाँ पे इकोनॉमिक्स जैसे सब्जेक्ट में 100% रिजल्ट, not a chance to get the 100% result, but I tries to something different. I use different methods for the teaching. I taking the class remedial class, 0 period, and so on. First, in the classroom, I identify the students, average students, low achiever, high achievers. उनको आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद में which उनके लिए कौन से स्किल यूज करना है, कौन सा मेथड यूज करना है. हर बच्चे की जो कैपेबिलिटी है वो अलग अलग होती है और आर्ट्स में इकोनॉमिक्स के स्टूडेंट्स को हैंडल करना 94, 97, 99 तक लाना बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है. इसी को अचीव करने के लिए डिफरेंट मेथड्स जो मैं यूज करती हूँ और सबसे ज्यादा जो मैं यूज करती हूँ वो है ऑब्जेक्टिव टाइप क्वेश्चंस, objectives of the subjects. That is the basic things. Little bits you use these things. Objectives आप जब यूज कर रहे हो तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में बच्चे उस कंटेंट को क्लियर करने की कोशिश करते हैं. टॉपिक पूरा चैप्टर क्लियर करने की कोशिश करते हैं. एंड after deliver the my content, I use the peer collaboration and I use so many things: group discussions, class discussions, and recall for 5 minutes in my delivering the chapters. After a pandemic, I face many problems. मेरे बच्चों के पास नेटवर्क इश्यूज थे, फोन नहीं थे, कुछ बच्चे कंटिन्यू ज्वाइन ही नहीं कर रहे थे, जिनको 1 मंथ हो चुका था. 25 मार्च 2019 में जब लॉकडाउन हुआ था, आफ्टर अ मंथ, आफ्टर 15 डेज रियली मैंने उनको फोन किया कि बेटा आप क्लास ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहे हो, आपके 12th के एग्जाम्स है. कहते मैम हमने 2 डेज से खाना ही नहीं खाया, हमने पूरी फैमिली ने। तो उस सिचुएशन में हम उसको कैसे कह सकते हैं कि बेटा आप फ़ोन लो, आप इस तरह से नेटवर्क आप लो। हमने एसएमसी वालों से बात की और उनके लिए प्रोवाइड किया। वो एकदम से ड्रास्टिक चेंज होना ट्रेडिशनल टू modern technology, that is the very drastic change. I face lot of things, lot of problems at that time. But now I am very happy. All my students engage with me. I deliver my content on e-learning, on online. They engage me. Already they engage. That is very fruitful. According to the technology, according to the time, if we want to survive, that is very needful. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि यदि 21st सेंचुरी में टैकल करना है, इस पेंडेमिक पीरियड में टैकल करना है, बच्चों को एंगेज रखना है, बच्चों को एक्टिविटीज़ में एंगेज रखना है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है कि अपने आप को टेक्नोलॉजीज़ के अकॉर्डिंग इम्प्रूव करना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बहुत सारी थिंग्स हैं और कुछ चैप्टर्स ऐसे होते हैं इकोनॉमिक्स में कि हम ब्लैक बोर्ड के बगैर उसको सॉल्व नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन आज अकॉर्डिंग टू द टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे पास अवेलेबल हैं। जूम ऐप है जिसमें ब्लैक बोर्ड है, राइटिंग पैड्स हैं जो इन पर हम इजीली मैथ्स है, फिजिक्स है, केमिस्ट्री है, काउंट्स है, इजीली इकोनॉमिक्स है, इजीली हम अपने कंटेंट्स को डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। मैं अपने कंटेंट्स को डिलीवर करने के लिए फैक्ट्स, जो रियल लाइफ फैक्ट्स हैं, उनको मैं यूज करती हूँ। चीप से चीप एग्जाम्पल मैं उनको देने की कोशिश करती हूँ, बताने की कोशिश करती हूँ कि जिससे वो उस फैक्ट्स को समझे, उस फैक्ट्स को समझने के बाद अपने कंटेंट्स को समझे और कंटेंट को समझने के बाद उसे वो प्रेजेंट कर सके। ऐसा ही एक चीप एग्जाम्पल मैं लेना चाहूंगी। 11th क्लास में एक चैप्टर है कंज्यूमर इक्विलिब्रियम। व्हेन सेट अप द कंज्यूमर इक्विलिब्रियम, कंज्यूमर कहाँ पे इक्विलिब्रियम में, संतुलन में कहाँ पर होगा। तो ऐसी सिचुएशन में मैं बच्चों को बताती हूँ, बच्चों सबको आपको मार्केटिंग बहुत पसंद है, आपके पास 2000 रुपीज है, आपको जो सूट पसंद आ रहा है वो 2500 रुपीज का पसंद आ रहा है, तो क्या आप सेटिस्फाई हो? यदि आपके पास 2000 रुपीज है और आपको 1600 का सूट पसंद आ रहा है, क्या आप सेटिस्फाई हो? वो कहते हैं यस मैम, हम तो सेटिस्फाई होंगे, 1600 में हमें मिल रहा है और हमारा बजट 2000 का है। मैंने कि आप 4000 घर ले जाओगे या कुछ और करोगे? यस मैम, उसके मैचिंग के हम ये खरीदेंगे, हम वो खरीदेंगे। दैट इज द इक्विलिब्रियम। मैं बच्चों को यही बताती हूँ कि जब तक आप 2000 रुपीज आप मार्केट में एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं कर देते, तब तक कंज्यूमर इक्विलिब्रियम में नहीं होगा। सेम एज आई यूज दिस कंटेंट like a chapter cost, उसमें 2 टाइप्स की कॉस्ट मैं जैसे सिखाती हूँ, बच्चों को बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेशन क्रिएट होता है इस चैप्टर को करने में, इम्प्लिसिट और एक्सप्लिसिट कॉस्ट। बच्चों को मैं यही कहती हूँ, बेटा आपकी मम्मी जब आपके लिए काम कर रही है तो आप उसके रिटर्न में आप क्या दे रहे हो उनको? बच्चे कहते हैं नहीं मैम, हम तो कुछ नहीं देते। मैंने कि वही काम यदि कोई सर्वेंट आपके घर में करता है तो आप क्या उन्हें पे करते हो? यस मैम, हम करते हैं। बच्चों का रेस्पॉन्स होता है यस मैम, हम कर रहे हैं। तो यदि आप पेमेंट जनरेट हो रही है, पेमेंट आप कर रहे हो, दैट इज द एक्सप्लिसिट कॉस्ट। आप मदर को कुछ नहीं दे रहे हो तो दैट इज द इम्प्लिसिट कॉस्ट। लेकिन मदर को कुछ चाहिए मदर को क्या चाहिए रिटर्निंग में? रिजल्ट। तो उस कंटेंट को फैक्ट से जोड़ करके एक न्यू थिंग्स मैं उन बच्चों के अंदर मोरल थिंग्स सिखाने की भी कोशिश करती हूँ। ऐसे ही 12th क्लास में एक चैप्टर है बजट, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग चैप्टर है और बजट मुझे बहुत पसंद है। एवरी ईयर हमारा बजट भी आता है फैब में, तो लोकल जो बजट है या फिर आम पब्लिक का जो बजट है वो मुझे बहुत ही पसंद है। रेलवे बजट मुझे बहुत पसंद है, लेकिन बच्चों को नहीं पसंद। मैम ये क्यों बनाते ही क्यों हैं? तो इसको मैं को रिलेट करती हूँ उनकी पेरेंट्स की सैलरी बजट से। बेटा आपके पेरेंट्स लेकर के आते हैं 10,000 रुपीज पर मंथ है, उन्होंने 2,000 टैक्स में बिल में पे कर दिए, अब उनके पास कितनी पेमेंट बची? तो बच्चे उसको यस, बच्चे कहते हैं यस मैम, हाँ हमें जरूरत है बजट बनाने की, हमें भी डायरी लिखनी चाहिए, हमें भी बजट बनाना चाहिए। आपको पर डे 2 रुपीज मिलते हैं, आपको पर डे 5 रुपीज मिलते हैं, बेटा आप उसका क्या करते हो? उसका भी तो आप बजट बनाते होंगे। यस मैम। तो दैट इज द थिंग्स। आप किसी डिफिकल्ट कंटेंट को इजी टीचर ही बना सकती है। टीचर एक ऐसा पर्सन है जो सोसाइटी को बहुत ही इंप्रूव कर सकती है थ्रू योर स्टूडेंट्स। ऐसा ही मेरा एक कंटेंट है, एक मेरा चैप्टर है जो मुझे बेहद पसंद है, नेशनल इनकम। और बच्चों को बहुत डिफिकल्ट लगता है, स्पेशली जो आर्ट साइड के स्टूडेंट्स है, बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट लगता है। तो जैसे उसमें एक मेथड है इनकम मेथड। मैं बच्चों से पहले यही कहती हूँ, बेटा जहां जहां से आपके घर में इनकम आती है ना, आप उसको ऐड कर दो, आप उसको कोरिलेट करने की कोशिश करो। पहले आप अपने घर की इनकम निकालो, तब हम इंडिया के उस पर जाएंगे। उसके बेसिक जो फॉर्मूले हैं, मैंने कई बार टीचर्स को देखा है और स्पेशली जो ट्रेडिशनल वे से पढ़ाते हैं उनको मैंने देखा है कि वो डायरेक्ट मेथड्स पे चले जाते हैं जो कि बच्चों को समझ में नहीं आते। तो डायरेक्ट मेथड्स पे ना जाकर के पहले उनको बेसिक मेथड मैं सिखाने की कोशिश करती हूँ, जो हर मेथड में 3 मेथड्स हैं, तीनों मेथड्स में वो बेसिक फॉर्मूले यूटिलाइज होते हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो मेथड्स यूज हो रहे हैं, तो जो 3 मेथड्स हैं उनकी फर्स्ट इनकम को मैं फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश करती हूँ और स्टूडेंट्स बहुत ही इजीली वे में उसको समझते हैं। और 90% जो बच्चे हैं आर्ट साइड्स के, स्पेशली मैं बोलूंगी कॉमर्स के, वो कर लेते हैं बच्चे। आर्ट साइड्स के बच्चे उनको करने की बहुत कोशिश करते हैं और उसमें से 60% बच्चे मेरे सक्सेस भी होते हैं। टीचर सिर्फ टीचर नहीं है, टीचर के ऊपर इतनी जिम्मेदारी होती है जो सोसाइटी को बिल्डअप कर सके। बच्चा जो स्कूल में सीख के जा रहा है, आप कंटेंट को किस तरह से डिलीवर कर रहे हो, वही उसके साथ साथ यदि आप 5 मिनट्स का रिकॉल करोगे, आपका 40 मिनट्स का पीरियड है, 55 मिनट्स का पीरियड है, उसमें से 5 मिनट्स ओनली फॉर रिकॉल। और रिकॉल भी किस टाइप से? गेमिफिकेशंस। आई यूज दिस, आई लव दिस गेमिफिकेशंस मेथड। गेमिफिकेशन दैट इज अ 5 मिनट्स रिकॉल्स। ब्लैक बोर्ड्स पर हमने 5 लाइन्स 5 रॉस बना दी, ABC डाल दिया, एवरी स्टूडेंट से जो कंटेंट हमने डिलीवर किया है, देन उसको हमने पूछ लिया 1 वर्ड 1 आंसर्स में, देन उनको मार्क्स दे दिए। सेम आई यूज ऑन ऑनलाइन लर्निंग, ऑनलाइन टीचिंग, सेम आई यूज। स्टार्टिंग में मेरे साथ सिर्फ 2 बच्चे 5 बच्चे, ओनली 10 स्टूडेंट्स अटैच हो रहे थे। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम। हाउ कैन आई एंगेज देम? नाउ 100 में से 70-80 स्टूडेंट्स एवरी डे एवरी क्लास में मेरी एंगेज होते हैं। कुछ बच्चों के कुछ इश्यूज होते हैं, अदरवाइज मोस्टली बच्चे मेरे से एंगेज होते हैं। और मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है ये सब देख करके बच्चों को कि लास्ट 3 ईयर से 100% रिजल्ट दे रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ आप बच्चों को किस तरह से इम्प्रूव कर रहे हो। बच्चे मुझे लाइक नहीं करते, बच्चे मुझे पसंद नहीं करते, क्यों? ओनली उनको मेरा टीचिंग मेथड ही पसंद है। मैम डांट देते हैं, मैम हमसे हंस के बात नहीं करते हैं। मुझे रिजल्ट चाहिए, मुझे वो सोसाइटी चाहिए, वो सिटीजन चाहिए जो हमारे देश को आगे बढ़ा सके। ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स को बिल्डअप मैं कोशिश करने की कोशिश करती हूँ। ऐसा सिटीजन बने आगे जाकर के जो मेरा नहीं उस एरिया का भी नाम रोशन करे। देखे उनके जो मोरल थिंग्स हैं उनको रिकॉग्नाइज कर सके। इसके साथ साथ जब मैं बच्चों को आइडेंटिफाई करती हूँ, हाई अचीवर है, हाई अचीवर जो 90 अबव जा रहे हैं, लो अचीवर है, लो अचीवर को 60s तक लेकर के आना। रात को यदि 12 o'clock बच्चों का मैसेज आता है तो उसी टाइम मैं उनको कोशिश करती हूँ रिप्लाई करूं, और करती भी हूँ, कोशिश भी करती हूँ, पूरी कोशिश करती हूँ मैं। और ये ध्यान रखती हूँ बच्चों के लिए कि जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा मैं एफर्ट्स कर सकती हूँ, चाहे वो पीपीटी के थ्रू हो, वीडियोस के थ्रू हो, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन हो, डिस्कशन हो। इवन मैंने अपनी क्लास में फोन पे बच्चों को क्वेश्चंस कराए हैं। बेटा आप
मैम
ऐसे
थोड़ा
सॉल्व करो,
टाइम
बेटा
ज्यादा हो
आप
गया
ऐसे
है
सॉल्व
आपका, तो अब वाइंड अप करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
यस सर।
यस
तो
मैम
मैं
प्लीज।
चाहूंगी कि सभी जो टीचर्स बच्चों के अंदर सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट सेंटर्ड ना होकर के बच्चों के लिए एक गुड सिटीजन की ओर उनको बढ़ाया जाए। बहुत थिंग्स, रिजल्ट तो हमारे लिए मैटर है ही, रिजल्ट तो है ही मैटर। रिजल्ट के साथ साथ और अदर थिंग्स हम उनकी इम्प्रूव कर सके। थैंक यू मैथ्यू सर
थैंक यू,
टू गिव मी
थैंक यू
दिस
मैम।
अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू
आपने
वेरी मच सर।
आपने अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंसेस शेयर किया, इसके लिए थैंक यू। एंड थैंक यू टू ऑल द people who were there right from the beginning. We are crossed 5 hours almost with this session, but I'm glad that all the educators spoke and they shared their personal experiences. So we are going with valuable inputs today, and I'm sure that these are going to be implemented and exercised in various situations by different educators. So on this note, I want to thank Usha ma'am and all the panelists who spoke before her from the beginning. We started at 4:30, and right now it's almost going to be 10 p.m. So it's one of the longest sessions that I have done so far. So congratulations to all the panelists, and I hope that we continue these programs in the coming months, and we move towards a global citizenship. So thank you once again to all the panelists, and it's good night from me until we meet next time. So good night and take care.